And first item of business is new councillor business. Councillor McFadden and Councillor Schumann.
I had occasion a week or so ago to attend the South Peace Science Fair at the South Peace High School, and I did some judging and also got to make some presentations, and so I just had a very enjoyable day, and I gave them greetings from the mayor and council. One other quick note, there is a library's having a large book sale May the 12th, 7th to 9, May 13th, 8 to 4 at the old bargain store, 103rd and 10th Street, and proceeds go to the library. And it's being sponsored in part, I think, by the Rotary Club. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for attending the science fair.
It's a good day. I enjoyed it.
Councillor Schumann.
Thank you. So, spent some time at the Home and Garden Show this weekend, and I think it was a success for the Kiwanis Club, so congratulations to them. Last week I was in Victoria all week for UBCM meetings. We did what we call our advocacy days, so we spent 3 days meeting with, this year we met with 32 different MLAs and ministers on the ledge, talking about 3 key priorities that we have. Local government issues, the DNA downloading was a big one, trying to get some traction, hoping that the government will continue the third with infrastructure, that the provincial government will continue to provide the portion that they've been providing, and some issues around cost drivers facing local governments. So it was a really great week. We met with all sides of the House, and so it was good. And Minister Bernier invited me to a couple of social events, so I was able to actually get some FaceTime with some one-on-one FaceTime on a more informal level with several of the ministers.
Good.
So it was good stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Rogers.
Last week, we NDIT put on the boot camp and the grant writing course at the Chamber of Commerce. I went out for dinner with the people afterwards, and they said it was very well received. There was like over 30 people there in the boot camp, the one that I attended. Grant writing, heard nothing but positive thoughts and feelings and moving forward on that. And I think a lot of people are aware that there are other options than coming to the city looking for money, that there's other options out there. So that was very good and positive, and I felt good that they actually finally came up. I'd like to have had them up about a month ago, but whatever. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Wilbur.
So yeah, I attended the Kofi conference in Kelowna, and now that we've kind of got what they're doing and moving forward with the beetle kill, lo and behold, the spruce beetle is showing its face, which, though we have low density of forest, that's what we have in our area of Mackenzie North. So they've hired what they call a bug boss, so they'll be monitoring that. It's a 2-year cycle, and they don't attack every tree, they attack every other tree. So they're going to look at some selective logging in north central BC. So we'll want to keep an eye on that, because it does affect our little LPOSB plant. So keep our eye on that. But some great initiatives coming out of there, and it'll be loaded up on their website in the next 2 weeks. So once that links up, then I can share it. We did have our final committee meeting for the NCLGA AGM, and happy to say that by Friday we should have 300 delegates, which is it's a huge number, so they're very happy about that. And I think we've surpassed on our fundraising what was expected. So once costs are through, we'll see what that is. But looking forward to hosting that, and having our First Nations involved and different members of the community, that kind of stuff. So very excited to be hosting that and moving forward with it.
Great. Great. I was thinking about it when I saw the numbers, that there was real strong delegate registration. Really good for our hotels and restaurants, for the community over a 2, 3, or 4 day period, that help add some additional attraction for them. So that's great. Any other council business? Thank you. Item 3, minutes of our public hearing of council for adoption of April 4th. Councillor Wilbur, Councillor Rogers. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? And minutes of a regular meeting of council of April 4th for adoption. Councillor McFadden, seconded Councillor Schumann. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Any business arising out of those minutes? Correspondence, letter 5-1. We have a letter from Mrs. Finch in regards to thank you note for the snow removal and the work that the community guys do on the guys and gals do on our walking path. So I thought it was a really appropriate letter and wanted to get it on agenda. Councillor Schumann.
For information.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Wilbur. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a letter from the Mile Zero Cruisers Club requesting a letter of support from council. Councillor Schumann.
So moved. Letter
Moved
of support for.
That we provide a letter of
Zeros.
support. Seconded. Councillor Rogers. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're in good shape for delegation, so we'll move ahead into reports. And we have report 16046 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding a concrete repair program. Councillor Rogers.
Move the report number 16-046 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding the request for quotations 2016-06 concrete repair program be received. Further, that council award request for quotations 2016-06 concrete repair program to CLC Concrete Limited for a 3-year term at $200 lineal meter for sidewalk panels and $250 lineal meter for curb and gutter.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor McFadden. Discussion? Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 16048 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding our treated water reservoir and booster station tender. Councillor Schumann.
I move report number 16048 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding our treated water reservoir and booster station tender be received. Further, the council award the treated water reservoir and booster station tender to Paramount Construction Limited for $3,547,200 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? So this was the Bill Canada application we made last year to the federal and provincial government for the water reservoir at the west edge of town to help us build the capacity for fire flow protection and additional capacity out on the west and south end of town. And so we got 3.3 million, 1.7 from, or 1.7 from the feds and province each, Jim?
I believe that's correct, Your
Yeah,
Worship.
and so it's a one-third. So we get 3.3 or $3.4 million to help build infrastructure from the feds and the province. And then the really great part about that for us is we build infrastructure for 33 cent dollars, and we have a local company who is successfully bidding it, and we create additional opportunities. So this is just a really terrific message. Jim?
If you notice in the report, the total budget for this project was $5 million, engineering and everything in. So the project will come in under budget because of the bidding, which, as you see, was robust. A number of companies bid. There's less than $60,000 difference between the top three, and they're all well under budget, so it's a very good sign.
Yeah. The other added benefits to this is a twin to the Loran booster station that we just built a year ago or 2 years ago, and so the expertise in terms of having administration having the expertise and the experience of building this should really help guide that project as well. So it's just a really positive in these times around economically for a local company creating opportunities and work. So. Any other questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. 7.3, report from 16050 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding our Bill Canada Fund. Councillor Wilbur.
I'll remove that report number 16-050 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding the new building plan. Small Communities Fund grant application be received. Further, that council direct staff to submit the Small Communities Fund grant application for $5 million for a water treatment process expansion Further, that the city commits to contribute 1/3 of the eligible costs and all ineligible costs from the 2017 capital budget.
Thank you. Second to Councillor Rogers. Discussion. Jim, do you want to give us a quick update on the project?
So as you know, most of the bottleneck issues you have are no longer with storage since Bear Hole Lake has proved out to be what it is. Most of your bottlenecks are in treatment and distribution. So you eliminate them one at a time. If you can secure funding through Small Communities Fund for this project, it will nearly double the capacity of the plant to treat water and pump it into the distribution system. So you're still going to have bottlenecks that you will subsequently have to address within the distribution system, but this will make basically double the water available for the citizens on a daily basis.
And that capacity would reach into the population levels of 30 or 35,000 people?
I'm not going to go into predicting our future population.
I do.
That's a job.
That's what we do.
Almost.
Thank you. Further discussion?
It's one thing that will help our firefighting capability as well too, because that was part of the requirement for it as well.
Absolutely. It just builds infrastructure, right? For a third, 30-cent dollars. So. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Report 7.4, we have report 16052 regarding a request for pre-season ice. Councillor Wilbur?
I'll move that report 16-052 from the Director of Community Services regarding the 2016 request for preseason ice be received. Further, that council direct staff to provide ice in the Memorial Arena commencing August 22nd, 2016, and further, that council direct staff to amend the ice allocation policy to define the Memorial Arena regular season as commencing the Friday prior to the Labor Day long weekend and concluding on March 31st.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion. Councillor Wilbur?
Just a comment, it's nice to see that the users want that extra ice time and that we can provide it for them, so it's happy to see that.
Councillor Rogers?
Well, the only thing, when I was reading it, one of the things that I'd like to see is that ice being used more. And there is an opportunity there to use the ice more. And if they were to have a tournament or a jamboree or something like that, if they could organize something like that so that we can get the maximum use out of that ice, I think it would be something that we could maybe mention to them. Because with more people coming into town to a jamboree or something like that, then that helps support our economy as well.
Yeah, I think the issue in the past was always the capacity of it, the mechanical systems and all of that stuff, and being able, and so the problems of trying to put that ice in the summer months. Now, with the new equipment, not only can we commit to doing it, but then it gives the users the opportunity to plan for it and do exactly that, right? Councillor Schumann, then Councillor Javecka.
Yeah, and further to that, as soon as it becomes known that that ice is available, all of the teams that are, pre-season, they'll be out there using it. I'm positive, and it gives us the opportunity to have some open public skating as well, and give everybody a little jump to the season. So it's great news.
Yep. Councillor Javecka.
In the report, it's got two scenarios for the costs. Which one is applied to this situation?
Jim?
Well, through your worship, you guys haven't made that determination in your new fees and charges review. That's why you have both of them. So there's two ways of looking at that cost, whether it's the incremental cost or whether that's the hourly cost. The incremental cost is not high because of the new system, but I think it's the hourly cost you're ultimately going to want to look at for everything. In this case, however, you've got 82 hours booked already in a 7-day period. So you're doing very well on rentals. It's just the case that your rentals recover 50% or less of the cost of operating. That's just where your fees are at. That's a conscious decision of council. So I think that's the one you should be looking at. You're booking more hours, but you're losing money on every hour you book. That's how it goes with the arena.
Yeah. Yep.
So is that something we need to decide now, or will that decision be made when the policy is revised?
Through your worship, the policy will be revised, and the goal is that you will set new fees well in advance of the coming ice season, because you are looking to give fair warning to the users. So, you know, the hope is that we'll get that all wrapped up in the next couple of months, and those will be the fees that apply in the fall.
Okay, good, thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Report 16053 from the Director of Community Services regarding the Dawson Creek Corporate Energy Management Business Case. Councillor Schumann.
I move report 16053 from the Director of Community Services regarding the City of Dawson Creek Corporate Energy Management Business Case be received. Further, the council directs staff to renew the energy management agreement with BC Hydro for a one-year term commencing May 30th, 2016.
Seconded, Councillor McFadden. Discussion. Ready for, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this agreement that we've got with BC Hydro is really paying off for us in reduced energy consumption, lowered greenhouse gas emissions, and I think that it has been a really great success for this community. So,
Thank you. Further questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. End of reports. 8 bylaws. 8.1.
7.6, Your Worship?
7.6.
No, I'm going to go by solid waste. No. Report 16055 from the CAO regarding our solid waste management plan. Councillor Javetkov.
Received for information.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Wilbur. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 8 bylaws. 8.1 is the land acquisition bylaw at 248 115th Avenue, bylaw 4312 for consideration of adoption. Councillor McFadden.
So moved.
Moved. Seconded. Councillor Javetkov. Discussion. Questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Mayor's business. Item 9.1. We have the issue of the climate action leadership team that Councillor Wilbur or Councillor Schumann's been involved in, and it indicated endorsement on behalf of the City of Dawson Creek. And so I wanted to bring it back onto council because it hasn't been an issue that this council has discussed or endorsed. And I think it's important that we do that. So I want to bring that forward at this point for that discussion and discussion. So I'm going to give it first to Councillor Schumann for your comment.
So first I want to apologize to you because I think that the media release that was released on behalf of the BC Mayor's Climate Leadership Council sort of indicated that it was the mayor of Dawson Creek that was in support of our submission to the climate leadership plan that the province has out right now, well, not anymore, had out for comment. And I do sit at that table. It's not a table that I've been appointed to in any way. I'm not there on behalf of the City of Dawson Creek. I'm there as Cheryl Schumann, Councillor of Dawson Creek, and it's totally my fault that it went out that way because I was in transit on the day that they released it for us to peep at it before it went out, and I was traveling to Kamloops and I did not peruse it closely enough to notice that it had indicated it didn't. If anyone had gone to the submission, they would have seen that it was me and it wasn't you. So I missed that, and I apologize that you are being given that credit where
No.
it was for me.
So there, you don't need to apologize because you're sitting on that table, and for me, it's about it endorses it from the perspective of the City of Dawson Creek, and that was, and so that was my concern that I wanted to make sure we brought it forward.
Yeah,
because-
and you know, I did not bring that forward to this council because I am well aware that the City of Dawson Creek Council is. I don't know. I don't know how to say
Yeah,
it.
well,
Like-
so that's from my perspective. We need to have that clarity because it endorsed, the endorsement appears as though it's the city of Dawson Creek. And that was my concern, and I wanted to make sure this council.
So it was
had-
just in that media release.
Yeah.
Like when we put in the submission, it's very clear. And when I sign on to anything on behalf, like it's not on behalf of this council. It's, generally speaking, when we put out media releases, it lists us all off at the bottom. And this one, for some reason, it didn't say Cheryl Schumann, City of Dawson Creek. And so there was that confusion, which is why I, got a hold of Johnny and straightened it all out. And I mean, if you guys want to have that conversation about if you support the carbon tax, then let's do it.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to bring it on, because it did, the perspective is, it's this, for me anyway, the optics are, it's the city of Dawson Creek. And that's the media release, the endorsement of the city logo shows on that, and that was why I wanted to bring it back, to ensure that this council provides that clarity in terms of that position. Councillor Javeka?
I think it would be appropriate at this point to formalize our position. So I'd like to make a motion that we officially oppose an increase in the carbon tax.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Rogers. Discussion. Councillor Wilburn.
Is it not under legislation that the carbon tax increases in 2018? Is that not already in place?
Yes,
So-
the legislation is that it won't be addressed until 2018.
Okay, and so realistically, if you look across the board, across our country, we have the only carbon tax formula in place that actually works. So I think we're leaders in that, and realistically, it's there, we have to address it, and so I'm in favor of supporting it. I think the government's already looking at it moving forward. I think it's there, it's gonna be addressed in 2018, and we have a system that works.
Councillor Javeka?
I guess it may work for somebody, but there are probably in excess of 90% of the businesses in the northeast BC, as well as the public who pay carbon tax on all the carbon they use, that don't agree with it. And there is a major initiative right now that was instigated by MLA Pim, and it's a petition going around, and I think there's thousands of signatures on it. Personally, I don't agree with the carbon tax at all, and I certainly don't agree with increasing it. So I think it would be appropriate for us to make our position known. If we want an increase in carbon tax, then that's how we vote. If we don't, then that's how we vote.
Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, so as everyone knows, Schumann is in favor of the carbon tax, and I am absolutely in favor that when 2018 hits and the freeze is to be lifted or determined to be lifted at that point, that I would absolutely support increasing the carbon tax. I think that it sends a price signal to everyone who uses fossil fuels. And I think that, for me, moving forward, I would hope they would actually take some of that. And, right now it's a revenue neutral thing. So everything that they collect from the carbon tax goes back in tax reductions to businesses and individuals, as well as helping out lower income people across the province. I know my son, who has a low income, receives a check quite regularly, his carbon tax rebate. So they've taken some steps to make sure that it is revenue neutral and that everybody, and there's many, what's the word? Many industries have little breaks within the carbon tax because they are energy intensive. So this idea that it's killing industry is a false idea. That's not true. And in the past, we've had industry come to us and say, we appreciate the carbon tax. That is something that they can look at and plan for, because it's, they can see in 2018 it's going to go up $5 a ton, or in 2019 it's going to go up. And so they were appreciative of the fact that it was a policy that they could look at and plan for. And so the idea that it's killing industry, it's hurting industry is a false one. And yeah, moving forward, I think that we should take some of that money, the increases, keep the $30 a ton revenue neutral, and going forward, I believe in our submission that we made on behalf of the BC Mayor's Climate Leadership Council, indicated that we would like to see those increases starting in 2018 go to providing actual tangible projects within BC that lower emissions. So yes, I'm in favor of that, and I will continue to be in favor of that.
Thank you. Councillor Dveka?
You know, it is just another tax, and businesses are affected. If you look around town, they're getting requests every day from their the companies that support them for reductions. 20%. Please reduce your wage rates by 20%. Please reduce your equipment rates by 25%. That's happening all the time. And here we are layering on more taxes. I don't know what industry you've been talking to, but the industries that I'm talking to and hearing and listening to in the media are hurting, and they do not want more tax.
Councillor Schumann?
So the carbon tax is also structured in a way that everyone, businesses, individuals, corporations, everybody has the ability to put in measures into their businesses, into their infrastructure that reduces the amount of carbon tax they need to pay. And that's another beauty of it. I spent some money, insulated my home, I now pay less carbon tax. I didn't buy a big ass 4x4 as my second vehicle because I know that that carbon tax is there and that the price of gas is going to continue to go up. So everybody in our communities, in our business, in our industry has the opportunities within this policy to pay less tax.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Do I pay carbon tax?
Yes, you
Everyone.
do.
On what?
On your natural gas
Home heating fuel?
and your transportation fuel.
How do I get a rebate?
You make too much money to get a rebate.
Oh. I think I would actually like to have some more information. I really don't understand this revenue neutral or money. Who gets the money back? Is it only the city or is it businesses within the city? And I don't know how to do that. Do I?
So, yeah, so that's a great point, and it's probably appropriate to have a really good information
Yeah, I don't.
from our either through the provincial legislation that's being proposed and is in effect to give council that detail. So I agree with
do
you.
that?
Yep, Councillor Wilbur.
I just wanted to add to that. I mean, people are hurting and they are struggling, but that's a downturn in the economy of that resource, and it is not a result of carbon tax. So we should make that clear. And there are many people are struggling. I see it in my own job. People are, but it is not a result of the carbon tax. It is a result of the downturn in the industry. And so let's all pray that that picks up and LNG gets the yes from the federal government and moves forward, and we'll be past that, and those companies will know what they're looking at moving ahead in overhead costs. And realistically, you don't leave high school and go get a job pushing a broom for $150 a day. Walmart's not going to pay you that. So maybe also as a whole, the whole industry, with suppliers and everybody, need to look at realistic pay caps and tops, and maybe put some stop to greed, because that has happened. So, you know, and I feel bad for those businesses, but we all have to hold on together and stay strong and hope that we get to yes, because that's what it's going to take for that change in that resource. It has nothing to do with carbon tax.
So there's no, go ahead, Councillor Dveka.
Just another comment. I mean, I listened to the information that came out of the NDP conference in Alberta there, and the LEAP manifesto was something that really intrigued me. Here's a policy that has been developed to actually eliminate the use of carbon fuels. Well, look around, folks. What is our industry based on if it's not carbon fuels? So are we not shooting ourselves in the foot by trying to eliminate the use of carbon fuels. There's a lot of natural gas, for example, actually helps globally to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. It actually helps. So wouldn't you want to promote that? So why are you taxing the use of natural gas when it actually could help globally in reducing greenhouse gas emissions? We're only a very small part of the globe here. There's 7 billion other people on the other side of the world. Like, I don't, it doesn't compute to me. All of these little taxes and gimmicks and, the greenhouse gas or the carbon tax has not caused the downturn in the economy, but it is a layer, it's a cost, just the same as all the other costs. So it layers on costs, and there's no benefit to it. If it's neutral, how is it neutral? If you've got a infrastructure that's there to collect it, how is it going to be neutral? It doesn't make sense to me.
Councillor Schumann, one last time.
Yeah, so I just want to say we have a Liberal government in BC. I'm not sure why you're projecting the NDP's LEAP manifesto upon us or even pointing it at me. I am in this community and I appreciate the resource-based community that we live in. You have never heard me out there calling down natural gas development. You've never heard me out there opposing LNG. You've never heard me out there even opposing Site C. I speak in favor of things like clean energy and cleaner fuels and tax policies that will get us moving in the right direction. So don't be pointing the LEAP manifesto and the NDP in my direction. Thank you very much.
So I would like to suggest we're at delegations, and because there is no urgency in terms of our carbon tax, and what I'd like to request is if we could table this so we can get that report back from administration, and then have that fulsome discussion in regards to it. And I'm looking to Councillor Javetkov, you made the motion, if you're okay with tabling it for 2 weeks or a month. Councillor McFadden?
I was just gonna make the.
Move to table?
Table it, yeah.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Schumann? All in favor? Good, thank you. So we're into delegations. It's 9 o'clock, and our first delegation, 6.1, we have Jade Eimer, Ron Renier, and Corey Longley in attendance for the WorkSafe BC Day of Mourning. Good morning.
Morning, Rose.
Morning, 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 morning.
Took me too long to do it. I'm like, where's that delegation?
Morning, you guys. Welcome. So, it's my pleasure to do and read the proclamation this morning. Whereas the Day of Mourning was initiated by the Canadian Labour Congress in 1984, and whereas on April 28th each year, the annual Day of Mourning is now recognized worldwide, and this year, commemorative events will be held in BC on April 28th. And whereas the Day of Mourning is a day to take time to remember those lost co-workers, friends, and family who lost their lives, disabled or injured in the workplace, and those afflicted with industrial disease. And whereas we earnestly seek to set an example and reflect on our commitment to the issue of health and safety in the workplace. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim April 28th, 2015 as the annual Day of Mourning in Dawson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jade Eimer. I'm the safety coordinator here for the city of Dawson Creek. I would like to invite community for the memorial service on April 28th at 12 p.m. at the memorial sculpture on City Hall grounds with a barbecue to follow, bringing us all together for this National Day of Mourning. I would also like to thank QP 2403 for partnering with us on this annual Day of Mourning. Now I'd like to introduce the representative from our local union.
Thanks, Jade.
Hi, my name is Ron Renier. This is Corey Longley. I'm the president. He's the chief steward for Local 2403. And according to WorkSafe BC stats last year, 122 BC workers died. And we all need to work together to protect the health and safety of our workers. Workers are livelihood, but lives should never be sacrificed for the job. And it's true that the health and safety community as a whole has made progress over the years, but every workplace accident and illness has a cost that's just simply too high. Every death is one too many, and every injury is one too many. So hopefully we'll see you all on April the 28th for the National Day of Mourning ceremony.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, thanks. Thanks.
Take this.
Yeah.
Maybe leave that. Tripod.
Careful with that.
The tripod maybe again.
Thank you.
6.2, we have Aaron Oliver, Tara Mayoris, and Melanie in attendance regarding the proclamation of Pitch-In Week, Community Cleanup Week, and Shop and Swap. How are you guys?
Good.
See you. Welcome to City Council. Good morning.
Morning.
Whereas hundreds of thousands of Canadians show their concern for the environment and their communities each year by participating in Pitch-In Canada projects to reduce, reuse, recycle, and properly dispose of waste, clean up, and rejuvenate local neighborhoods, green spaces, ravines, waterways, and illegal dump sites, restore habitats, and to establish composting and recycling projects. And whereas Pitch-In Canada, a national community-based organization comprised of equal action and community volunteers, believes that maintaining a quality environment and encouraging civic pride is everyone's responsibility. And whereas Pitch-In Canada encourages voluntary action to keep communities clean and beautiful and restore and maintain a healthy environment, and invites all citizens in our community to actively participate. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim and invite all citizens in our community to actively participate in the weeks of April 17th to 23rd, 2016, as Pitch-In Canada's Operation Clean Sweep in Dawson Creek.
Yay!
Congratulations. Thank you.
We're also going to be including the swap shop again, and it's our actually 8th year. So we hope everyone will come out if you have something that you want to donate to the swap shop. It starts at 8 o'clock and it's finished by 11:30 at the Memorial Arena parking lot just outside the YCC.
The cleanup is on May 14th with that, and we have 30 spots already filled, so we're still looking for another 29 spots to be filled with any groups that want to earn $200. So.
Can you just give some detail for the public on that in terms of what people do when they volunteer? And
Okay, so you contact community services downstairs, and what you have to be is like a nonprofit organization or club. So we have a lot of schools, churches, clubs like the SEALs and that, and they get a minimum of 2 spots, or sorry, maximum of 2 spots. We give them sites that they've already had in the past if they've already signed up. Other than that, we have maps as to which area. They come on the Saturday and they get a bag with t-shirts, gloves, vests, and they go to their site. And when they're done cleaning up their site, it usually takes a couple hours. They come back and the kinsmen have volunteered to give them a barbecue, and then we give them some money.
and they get $200 for
Per area.
per area.
Per
So it's a
area.
great way for the community to engage in cleaning up the community and that springtime cleanup campaign. And so we really appreciate the work you guys have done on it and the support from Pitch-In Canada and the Kinsman Club. Thank you. So we'll see you on May
I have a
14th.
question here.
Go ahead.
When's the deadline for registration on that?
I take registration pretty much almost up to the day, just so we can fill up the spots. Last year, actually, there was only 2 spots left, and we didn't actually give them to anybody because it was the construction out by the Encana. So, but 600 people came last year. So.
And it's a lot of fun,
It
right?
is.
Your worship?
Councillor Rogers did a great
He's
job.
been out there.
Councillor Wilbur?
I just wondered, is the water fill station going to be there again this year so people can bring their water bottles down and get them filled up before they head out?
Awesome.
Great.
Bring your water bottles.
Appreciate you coming in.
So good.
6.3, we have Chelsea Modishaw from the City of Dawson Creek, Water and Environment staff, Crystal Brown, Northern Health, regarding proclamation of Drinking Water Week. Good morning, you guys. Good morning, good morning. It's good to see you again. Good morning, good morning. Whereas human health is dependent upon an abundant supply of pure, clean drinking water, and whereas safe, quality, and abundance of water can only be safeguarded by sound environmental protection, appropriate treatment, and properly maintained distribution systems, and whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure and watersheds which future generations depend upon, and whereas each citizen of our community is called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues. And whereas federal, provincial, and local governments, as well as concerned organizations, are cognizant and supportive of measures which promote safe, clean, and abundant water and responsible wastewater management. And whereas one such measure involves heightening public awareness of the value of our drinking water resources and encouraging the public to promote this awareness. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim and invite all citizens in our community to actively participate in the week of May 1st to 7th, 2016 as Drinking Water Week in Dawson Creek. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Good to see you guys again.
Perfect. So we just wanted to come here today to let everybody know about the first week of May. It's our Drinking Water Week, and it's where we want to show our love for BC water. So the fact that we have safe drinking water, and a few of the events that will be going on. The city's Watershed Stewardship Program will be visiting local schools, grade 4 to 7, with a local biologist, and it's Ingajine Matson or Hansen, and she actually floated our whole watershed. So she floated from Rolla all the way to the Arctic Ocean, and floated the North Kaskatna, the Athabasca, and the Peace. So we're going to bring her into schools and educate kids on the fact that we all live downstream, and anything that we do upstream or on a waterway is affecting things downstream. So the interconnectedness of water and BC's water to kind of the ocean and the world. So that's one of our events. We're also going to be doing water treatment plant tour and doing our annual coloring contest for the month of May.
Wow.
Yeah,
Good.
be a busy week.
Any questions? Thanks, you guys. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank
Good
you
to
so
see you.
much.
Thank you. 6.4, we have Rosalind Schmidt in attendance from the Community Garden, Laura Westgate from the Dawson Creek Farmers Market, and City of Dawson Creek staff in regards to the proclamation of Earth Day. Good morning.
Good morning. This one over there, Rosalind.
I thank you for inviting me here in our society, the Dawson Creek Community Garden Society, to represent Earth Day. We're a local community garden society. We started in 2000, and in 2009 we were incorporated. At present we have 2 sites. One is at Dampier, Paul Dampier Gardens at the Northern Lights College, which has 8 raised beds and 32 ground plots. The other site is along the trail side, located along the Dawson Creek walking path behind the library and Spruceland Manor. We have 26 raised beds and includes a gazebo and a composting toilet. Last year we had approximately 40 gardeners. We charged $25 per plot, and we had soil and tools donated by Canadian Tire and Doug Ward, and Canada mowed both sites, causing them to look like parks, and we started composting to improve the soil. Those interested, our numbers are down here. Marilyn and myself are phone numbers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that you coming in this morning. So I'm going to read our proclamation. And whereas the first Earth Day was celebrated with the goal of inspiring environmental awareness and encouraging the conservation, protection, and appreciation of our nation's natural resources. And whereas it is the responsibility of each of us to safeguard the environment by recognizing that all human health depends upon the earth, upon one another for our mutual existence, well-being, and development. And whereas the steps we take to protect and preserve our natural environment through education, partnership, and positive action should be encouraged by the City of Dawson, in the City of Dawson Creek. And whereas the citizens of Dawson Creek are committed not only to the protection and preservation of our environment, but also the restoration of ecosystems and habitat. And whereas the City of Dawson Creek proudly recognizes all who participated in the Earth Day for their dedication to taking a proactive role in shaping the future of our environment and in protecting the City of Dawson Creek's precious natural resource. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2016 as Earth Day and urge all our citizens to become mindful of local, provincial, and national laws which protect our environment, and to join in the efforts to preserve the beauty and wonder of the land, skies, and water of the earth in all its diversity. Earth Day in Dawson Creek. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yes. So I manage the Dawson Creek Farmers Market. Last year we moved to a new location right on 8th Street. You can find us in the big orange building, can't miss us. We're open every Saturday from 9 to 2. And we house a number of different artists, people that make things, art growers, and as well as some meat producers. So if you haven't been there before, I urge you to come by and check it out.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming in. No problem. No, that's fine. No, honestly, it's good.
Thanks, Jade.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay.
You right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You alright?
Yeah.
I got mine already. Okay.
Shay's wearing this
I'm
already.
probably wearing mine, just so everyone knows.
I thought Mel was giving them to us
Hi, Rose.
before this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jade.
6.5 is our next delegation, the Community Leaders Program. They weren't able to make it this morning, so we'll move.
They've worked so hard, don't even joke with them.
So our next delegation is 6.5. It's Elizabeth B. Rack, Destiny Shaw, Shantae Eldon, Lori Edward, and Fiona Liebelt. It's the Dawson Creek Community of Leaders program that was put in place last year with the support from Encana. And over a period of about 6 or 7 months last summer, a whole group of folks from our community volunteered to participate in this Community of Leaders program. And so today they're going to give the wrap-up overview of it. And so it's my pleasure to welcome the delegation, and you guys can have the desk, and you're good to go. I have I can reach further now without a frosty. I used to be able to not reach it. Now I can.
Stop already. In the words of Laverne, stop already.
You should hear what my bride has to say.
What I just
Karen can't do I can't vacuum. I'm gonna start the video. Suck it vacuum.
I'll just, no, you can become
Good
a
morning,
registered.
good morning, and welcome.
Good morning.
Good to see you
for having
guys.
us.
I don't have to be here.
I know you've been looking forward to it with anxious anticipation.
Yes, that's a good way to describe it.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We'd like to begin by showing a short video that was created by the BAM Center during the length of this program. So.
Ready for it? Thank you.
You know, Dawson Creek's a great community, and for generations now, probably over 100 years, it's been an agricultural community. But today, we're starting to transition, a transformation is occurring in our community. And so for me, it's about a community that's had a great quality of life, has a great quality of life, and we want to make sure we sustain that.
Sorry, I didn't realize it would close it. I'm just gonna, that's all right. I've got it here. Sorry that that left.
I think that.
Slight adjustment.
I didn't realize it would make the video
That's what we
stop.
get for depending on technology.
Okay. Did you want to continue the
No,
video?
we'll just go ahead. That
Okay.
It was just about over. So I hope that gave you a kind of an overview of what this program is, and we're going to spend the next few minutes describing it to you as well. I'd like to start with my personal experience with this. So it was a Sunday, April afternoon. I was looking it up just yesterday, almost a year to the day that I was checking my Facebook account for about the 47th time that day, and I noticed I received a message from the mayor. Elizabeth, it read, "I have a really cool opportunity for you. Call my office if you're interested." Now, I'm not really accustomed to receiving a lot of Facebook messages from my mayor, so I was a little starstruck. And I knew when the mayor asked you to call, you call. And I'm really glad that I did. He invited me and my husband to take part in the Community of Leaders program that was sponsored by the city and Encana and presented by the Banff Center. My name is Elizabeth Birak, and these are two of my colleagues, Destiny Shaw and Shantae Eldon. And we're joined today by other participants in the program, as well as Lori Edward from the Banff Center. Lori. And Fiona Liebelt from Encana. Thanks, Fiona. We would like to take a few minutes to give you a brief summary of this incredible program in which we are honored to take part. The Community of Leaders program consisted of 2 workshop intensives, community outings, occasional check-in meetings, and culminated in an open community forum. Not only did we receive valuable training in becoming more capable leaders, but we gained insight into our own city and heard from many different voices. We tried to condense the training down into 3 main components of a healthy community, and those are inclusivity, connection, and structure.
My name is Destiny Shaw. Thank you very much for having us here. A community that excludes even one of its members is no community at all, and that quote is by a man named Dan Wilkins. I was not born and raised in Dawson Creek. However, I have had the privilege of calling this amazing city my home for the last 7 years. When I first moved here, I didn't know a single person. I had no family, no friends. I was alone. During the Community of Leaders program, we had a chance to meet with many citizens, ask them powerful questions to gain insight on the community, and ask them powerful questions to gain insight on our community from their perspective. Through these interactions, it became clear that many people don't feel like they have a voice that is being heard in our community. And Dawson Creek is rapidly growing and becoming more diverse than it has ever been. Many of our new community members feel just as I did when I arrived, alone. We need to strive towards a more inclusive and caring community that is respectful, because when we don't include everyone, we are less. So a healthy community promotes inclusivity, and some of the insights that we learned are: a strong community supports diversity and promotes inclusion for all. People of all backgrounds and socioeconomic circumstance have the right to express their ideas, opinions, and concerns. Every voice is valued and heard. People who feel valued are more willing to share their gifts and abilities with others. As a community, we need to cultivate strategies to welcome new residents and strengthen the relationships with the residents that we currently have. Through building these relationships, we can gain better understanding of the changing needs of individuals and our community. Our diverse community is our strength, and we need to find creative ways to encourage unbiased attitudes and beliefs. We need to pay attention to how we think and feel about others, and ensure we are not forming misguided opinions of those we perceive to be different from ourselves.
I'm going to do the second area of insight, and it's the power of connection. How are we connecting with our citizens? Connection is fostered when we risk asking powerful questions. The questions that have the power to make a difference are the ones that engage people in an intimate way, confront them with their freedom, and invite them to co-create a future of possibilities. A good question has 3 qualities. It's ambiguous, it's personal, and it evokes anxiety. Some examples of questions that have the capacity to open the space for a different future are: what are the crossroads you find yourself at in your life? What is the possibility you see at those crossroads? By answering these kinds of questions, we become more accountable, committed, and vulnerable. When we voice our answers to one another, we grow more intimate and connected. Connection grows when we listen to understand and substitute helping with curiosity. Most people don't listen with intent to understand. They listen with intent to reply. When you listen to respond, you know nothing new about the conversation or the person's insight or concerns. The real benefit of listening is to understand what the person is truly saying. When we listen to understand, we can gain insight in a conversation that you may not have imagined possible. One of the challenges we face is trying to solve the person's problems rather than being curious with questions like, tell me more. Can you explain why you felt that way? When we ask the right question, listen to understand, and are curious about the conversation, we're opening up a connection and possibilities of a new future.
And the last of the three main components for a healthy community is the necessity of structure. Now, we talk a lot about structure in a city in regards to tangible things like water, fuel sources, energy sources. But when it comes to community and connection, it's not that clear. We do know that energy follows the path of least resistance. So what does that look like in the form of communication? Well, when you're sitting at the doctor's office with a few people that you barely know and you don't really have anything to talk to them about, where does the conversation usually go? You complain about the weather, you complain about the municipal government, you complain about construction, whatever it is, it goes to a negative voice. And we find that when people don't know how to be heard or how to communicate, the path usually goes to a negative. So we believe that creating structure for everyone to have their voice heard and to feel understood can actually create such a healthy environment to make sure that all the voices are heard. And that also means communication between various service groups within our city and charities, so they're not doing it alone. And there's not multiple groups trying to meet the same need when they could come together and be that much more powerful with just a little bit of structure. Now we'd like to move on to what we learned about our city. After spending time together in the classroom, we had a chance to go out in our community and conduct interviews to gain insight of various perspectives in our city. Now, I can stand in front of you today and talk without any problem, but you send me out into Menchie's to just start talking to a stranger and I get a little scared. That's my discomfort zone. But it was very good for us to kind of break out from that. During those interviews, we learned so much about the different voices in our community, and we created empathy maps afterwards to position ourselves in another's perspective. With these maps, we ask questions like, what are these people seeing? What do they hear? How do they act? And what do they think? For today's presentation, we compiled an empathy map. Shantae is handing out an example of what an empty empathy map would look like. But today we compiled one that represents many interviews, and it represents the voices and information that was collected during our community forum. We feel that this offers a holistic view of many voices in our community. So I'm gonna go through this quickly. If you want, you can have the PowerPoint presentation later to look more closely at the information provided. But the first area of the empathy map is, what do they think and feel? The questions we ask are, what really matters to them? What are their worries and their aspirations? What is their attention drawn to? Now, during this, I wanted to use a first-person voice because a lot of times we can assign it, well, they think this and they say this, but to say we, this is what we are feeling. We are taking on ownership of our own community. So one issue that came up was proximity. We want everything we need to be close by. We want to have everything we need in Dawson Creek. And I love this because this speaks to supporting our local businesses, our small businesses, and keeping that Love Dawson Creek initiative is beautiful, and I think that feeds into this. Connection. We want to develop meaningful relationships that go beyond the surface level. Comfort. We want to feel safe and secure, physically, emotionally, financially. This one came up quite a bit. Opportunities for personal development. We want to grow. We want to give back. We want to raise our kids well. Lifestyle. We want to be active, social, and healthy. We want to take advantage of the resources given to us. And diversity. We want to feel accepted. We don't want to feel like we're on the outside because we have a different skin color or grew up in a different city, province, or country. We come from many different backgrounds and have chosen to invest our lives in this city. And what do they hear? What are the people around them saying? What are their friends saying? What's their boss saying? What are the influences in our city saying? They say that they hear possibilities. Being a member of such a dynamic community of a smaller size brings about many possibilities to get involved, affect change, and be influential. Constructive dialogue. Changing the way we have conversation can bring about more positive results. We realize that a lot of people in our city are very hopeful for more opportunities for constructive dialogue. that there are needs, confronting the reality of the needs in our community, and working together to create a streamlined approach to meeting these needs can help reduce workload and increase efficacy. For diversity, there's a need for respect of diversity within our city. Communication, we want to know what's going on in our city, but we won't necessarily go out of our way to find out what's going on. And what do they see? How do they see their environment, what the market offers for friends, relationships? They see opportunity. There are many opportunities for personal success in our community. People are friendly and welcoming here in Dawson Creek. In the outdoors, we're lucky to live in a beautiful area that provides for outdoor activities for rest and recreation. Services are easily accessible when we know where to look. In relationships, it can be sometimes difficult to make friends outside of your smaller circles that are natural for you to stay in. And amenities, it's sometimes difficult for those to be involved and take advantage of all of our community has to offer when we work full-time. That's just how many opportunities are available in a broader spectrum of hours, which is difficult in a smaller town. What do they say and do? This one I think speaks so much to our community because this is how what they think and feel is relating to what they actually do in their actions. So what's their attitude in public? How are they carrying themselves? And what are their behaviors toward others? Warmth. We are, for the most part, warm and engaging. We don't mind if someone strikes up a conversation with us in the grocery store. We won't avoid eye contact at all costs. We like to develop a common bond with those around us. Comfort. We can sometimes feel uncomfortable in social settings where we feel we are on unequal levels. If we are from a vulnerable social group, we may shy away from connection. We may assume that someone looks at us poorly or seeks to cause us harm. Connection. We want to be involved, but aren't always very committed to seeking out opportunities for engagement. We can sometimes have a negative view of the ways these opportunities are communicated to us. In charity. This is so Dawson Creek right here. We love to give. If we hear about a need that tugs at our heartstrings, we give lavishly. So another area we looked at is the pain, so the fears, frustrations, and obstacles, and then the gains, the aspirations. So if we're looking at the pain, what do we fear? We fear failure, isolation, insignificance, financial insecurity, monotony, low quality of life. Our frustrations, lack of collaboration and communication, feeling like we are outside the circle, being in social situations that make us feel uncomfortable and victimized. For those who take the leap into fully serving their community, there's this frustration of heavy workloads and responsibility and a lack of time. And what are our obstacles? Lack of ability to tap into resources. Not necessarily that there aren't resources, but that disconnect. Need for education on how to communicate effectively and become better leaders in our community. And fatigue, a small percentage of the city carrying a huge amount of the workload. But what do we gain? What are our wants and needs? How do we measure success? What do we want to achieve? We want connection, significance, a challenge, excitement, and a solid future for our families. We measure success by living a life that's meaningful, having a positive impact on others, our families, our friends, working hard and playing hard, and having opportunities for rest. We want to achieve connection, satisfaction in our relationships, empathy, and a legacy that's worth passing on. So we put together this word cloud that shows some of the phrases and words that came up quite a bit during our workshops and during the forum that people spoke to quite a bit. And this is why we think it's so important to promote inclusivity, to facilitate connection, and to create a structure for communication and connection in our city.
Awesome. Thank you, Elizabeth. So what future possibilities are there for us? As we finished the Community Leaders Program, we knew that we didn't want it to end there. At the core of all these issues, we wanted to be guided by 3 mandates. We want to promote inclusivity, facilitate connection, and create structure. As leaders in the community, we're by nature quite busy. All of the participants were extremely grateful to take part in the Community Leaders Program, but some cannot commit any or further time. But some of us would like to carry on and create something for the community, or create a tool for the community to use. What we are proposing, we'd like to create a collective, the Community of Leaders Collective, and this would be a group that serves as a resource for the city, for city council, for the mayor, for other groups in the city. As a collective, we can be used as a resource for nonprofits, for businesses to collect information, to organize events, and streamline communication and support initiatives already in place. An example of this is we are currently involved with the health committee. We're going to try and head up a welcome wagon type of initiative, so we'll see where that goes. But as a collective, we are also committed to pursuing and recruiting more more leaders within the community. We're all going to get old and tired and not be able to carry it on for the future, so we have to recruit some new young blood.
Says the youngest person.
I
love it.
And this will only benefit our community in empowering more leaders and creating mentors. This will just have a positive impact in the years to come.
Yes, we really believe that leaders breed more leaders, and this program was such a huge resource for us, and it was life-changing. I think, if anything, it brought us together as well. And as a collective, we feel that we can be a resource for so many people, but also that we have a shallow pool of people to use right now. But if we can continue this program annually and train and mentor more leaders in our city, we are constantly raising up our own leaders that can help just keep Dawson Creek in the same trajectory that we are on right now, becoming just such an incredible small city that benefits so many people. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
So questions for Councilor Wilbur?
Just a comment, really. So I was fortunate to have some time to take part in the program, and I have to tell you that this end group that's come forward is so strong and so viable in the community, and I really look forward to working with them with the health committee and in other aspects. There's many other groups that are already calling and saying, how do we get in touch with these people? We want to know the information they gathered, and we want to connect our services. So kudos to you guys for staying strong and continuing it and building our community. I was really proud to work with you, and I'm just really proud of the efforts that you're putting forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? So to me, the first day I got the call about January of 2015 and from Encana, and broached the idea and this concept of Community of Leaders program that they had done in so many different models in the past, different communities, community administration and mayors, but the idea of engaging in our community to try to build leadership capacity within our community was, and so having that then met with in Calgary with Encana and Lori and Dan from Banff Learning Center, and so to me, exactly that was the outcome of building the capacity within your community of people who can and who want to help build the community, because you used a phrase in there about the difficulty of so much on so few, and so the more we can, I think, find ways to build the leadership within our community, the better and the stronger we are by a long ways. And so I just am so pleased to see the final report of your guys' work that you went through. And folks volunteered to do this last year. They were sitting there in different events over the weekends, volunteering their time to help build our community. And so it's us that really want to thank you guys for stepping forward, and so excited about how it's evolved and where it's going, and really appreciate you guys coming in and stepping forward for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think one of the things that's really neat is that we still have the tools with Lori with the Banff Center. Like, our program ended, but we still can contact her and they can still help us. We still have Fiona. We're still all connected, and I think that's something that's really neat. Hopefully we can connect other people in the community and keep building those connections.
Yes, to us, it's just the tip of the
So Lori, go ahead.
I just wanted to also say kudos to Mayor and Council. Actually, I don't think this was very much behind the scenes, but your willingness to bring this program to the community and to invest in this grassroots leadership initiative was really visionary and incredibly supportive. Really, you've been an incredible partner in this. It's been an honor to work with all of you. You were so open with sharing the kind of leadership difference that you wanted to make as an elected body in this community, which really informed how this took shape. It was a big deal, and so many of you contributed individually you know, providing your feedback either in the front end or in the middle or in the back end. And your mayor has been just a champion throughout. So thank you.
Champ. Without a prostate too. Did I mention that?
Well, right in the middle of it. I will say it's one.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm going to ask if our delegation, our next two, if we're going to take about a 5-minute bio break because we've been here for a little over an hour. And so folks, if you can just give us 5 minutes, 7 minutes. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. And our next delegation on the agenda, 6.6, is Mr. Alex Smith, homeowner, in regards to a presentation he'd like to bring forward in regards to the noise bylaw and some concerns he's raised. I think we've had some conversations. I think I certainly have. Alex has reached out to a number of us, so welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning, and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much, Mayor Bumstead. And just before I get into this, I just wanted to say thank you to the mayor and the council for fitting me onto the agenda today. And I know that you guys don't get a lot of credit sometimes, but public service is not the easiest thing in the world, and I appreciate the effort you guys put in. What I want to talk to council today about is the noise bylaw and how the current bylaw has impacted me and my family. My wife and I recently relocated to Dawson Creek. We purchased a home here in June of last year, and moved to this community because we felt that Dawson Creek had a good sort of family-friendly focus, and we thought this was a great place to raise our family. So we've moved here and recently had our first child, so that's exciting. Unfortunately, pretty much from the get-go of moving into our new home, we were experiencing noise from the nightclub here on Friday and Saturdays from about 11:30 until 2 in the morning. The nightclub, I think they changed the music that they play and they turned the volume up to quite a high level. And over a number of months, we made complaints to the RCMP, to the bylaw enforcement officer Brent, and I've had many go-arounds with him. He's been in touch with the club owner, and when I brought these concerns forward, the club owner has addressed the noise, and maybe for a weekend or 2 weekends, it might be at a lower level where it's more background noise, not something that's interfering with the quiet enjoyment of our property. However, this sort of came to a head for me a few weeks ago, or I guess over a month ago now, when I contacted mayor and members of council after just a ridiculous weekend. The noise was just at a whole other level, and just was making it so my wife and I couldn't sleep in our bedroom. Now, part of this is to do with the position of our home in relation to the club. It's about a 400-meter distance between the back of the club and our home. However, it's a straight shot. There's no interference between the back of the club and our home, and our bedroom is on that side of the house. So we get a lot of noise just because of that direct relationship. So because I was having this issue, and I had a number of go-arounds with the bylaw officer, I did some research and looked into our noise control bylaw that we have here in Dawson Creek, because I thought, well, you know, I can't be the only person that's had issues like this, and you know, I've attended clubs in other towns, and you know, the music's loud inside, and you know, really not that loud outside, and you know, I sort of wondered what's different here. So I did some research and looked into our noise control bylaw, and this sort of brought to my attention looking at exemption E of our noise control bylaw. So in Dawson Creek, a licensed club or restaurant is exempt from the noise control bylaw, completely exempt from noon until 2 a.m. Any day of the week. So this seemed a little bit ridiculous to me, so I did some research and I looked at comparable communities here in northern BC, and that is not a common exemption. So looking at you know, Fort Nelson, Fort St. John, Chetwynd, Mackenzie, Prince George, Prince Rupert, Kitimat, Quesnel, 100 Mile House, Williams Lake, none of these communities have an exemption for a club. And you know, I'm sure that there's clubs in these communities, people go out at night, and they have a bylaw that asks their nightclubs to be good citizens and good neighbors. And what I'm asking from council today is that we consider looking at some of the exemptions we have in our bylaw to bring it in line with other comparable communities here in northern BC, to give somebody like me, a homeowner in the community, the right to quiet enjoyment of my property that other homeowners have that just have residential neighbors. Looking at this exemption, it also sort of brought exemption F and G to my attention, which is the industrial noise exemption and also the commercial noise exemption. Now, looking at other noise control bylaws, these are not common exemptions, and they're also in Dawson Creek, they're just a total exemption, right? So basically, we're saying from noon to 2 a.m., that nightclub, they could have an air raid siren on the roof, you know, blaring, and we would have the council and the bylaw control officer would have nothing to go to them to say, hey, you have to turn the air raid siren off. Like, and an industrial business, they could have that going 24 hours a day. So I looked at some other noise control bylaws, and the common exemptions are really just for emergency vehicles, city and utility maintenance, construction activities between set times, public address systems when they're required under the fire code. Like, they're very limited exemptions. So I just thought we could maybe have a discussion about why we have such wide exemptions here, and maybe we could look at some other communities where they have, even communities where they have exemptions for industrial and commercial activity, where that's a little bit tighter. And Williams Lake is a great example of that. So in Williams Lake, they do have an exemption for commercial and industrial activity. Now their exemption is as follows: lawfully carrying on a trade, or this is an exemption from the noise control bylaw, lawfully carrying on a trade or industrial or trade or industry at a commercial, industrial, or light industrial zone area, providing that the sound or noise does not exceed the sound or noise common to such trade or industry where carried out in accordance with generally accepted industry standards, using equipment and facilities in good operating order. So when we have an exemption like that, that gives the bylaw control officer something to work with. It gives a standard that we're looking for from our commercial and industrial stakeholders in the community, where we're saying you can operate your business and do what you need to do, however, you need to be within reason, basically. And that's what I'm looking for here today, is a move towards reason with this bylaw. You know, I'm not looking for this business to close or for him to not be able to operate his business, but you know, obviously it's not that loud every weekend. It's just maybe when a certain DJ decides, hey, I'm really gonna get the party going tonight. And this business owner hasn't invested in the proper leasehold improvements to allow that to happen without interrupting my quiet enjoyment. But without a change to this bylaw, I don't have a leg to stand on. So that's what I'm bringing forward to council today.
Alex, thanks so much.
Yep.
Questions? So, Councillor Wilbur?
Well, I was just going to say, so we'll bring this back.
So, thank you. We appreciate, obviously, you coming in, raising this to council. We'll bring it back under Mayor's business for direction.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate it. 6.7, we have Selah Schmaltz from the BC Youth Parliament, Dawson Creek Secondary School, in attendance, regarding a presentation she wants to do in creating awareness and communication between the Youth Parliament and local government. Good morning, Selah. Welcome.
Good morning.
The delegation floor is yours. Are you doing a presentation, or have you just got your notes?
This is just my
Okay,
notes
good.
for me.
So welcome.
Thank you. I'll just give me a moment. All right, so thank you for having me here today. My name is Selah Schmaltz, as he said. I'm a grade 11 student at the secondary school, and I am the member of Peace River South for the British Columbia Youth Parliament. Sorry, my thing's just not loading. I'll just give you a little go at about our organization while it's loading here. So we're a collection of 95 youth from across BC that get together in Victoria once a week every year for our sessional period. Our motto is youth serving youth, and as it states, our entire legislation, everything is based around service projects and community organizations, things like that we can do in our communities to help serve the youth. So I'll just begin with a little history of our organization, actually. Our parliament has a long line of roots. It started off with a man who was very passionate in the boys' movement organization in the YMCA, and proceeded through churches to become what it is today. Originally, it was called the BC Older Boys Parliament, until women were accepted into the parliament in the 44th session in 1974, which they then changed the name to the British Columbia Youth Parliament. Actually, a funny little anecdote around this is that there used to be a law firm in Vancouver that would host a sessional luncheon every year to support us. And when in the 44th session, when they decided to allow females in, they decided they weren't going to support that anymore, and just said that they wouldn't the luncheon, but a sorority in Vancouver decided that that was something that they could support very much, and immediately, without hesitation, said that they would hold the luncheon, which they continue to this very sessional period, which is pretty impressive for me at least. Currently, Parliament events have roots in past history. The trends in the Parliament include growing roles for our regional youth parliaments, which are aimed at giving more than 95 youth a chance to participate, and the rejuvenation of our camp, which is the Camp Phoenix. It's our biggest service project that we put on every year, giving many underprivileged and handicapped youth a chance to go to a very, very good camp. As well as our Parliament's role in community service and establishing a sound financial base for the growing expenses of its projects. The BCYP is proud to stand apart from other provincial youth parliaments in that ours goes beyond being a law parliament, with our legislation becoming action in our community. The Parliament is also proud of those notables who have worked to promote the Parliament. Many distinguished MLAs, MPs, and cabinet ministers, clergy, YMCA, and the community figures have served as Lieutenant Governor. Alumni have taken their parliamentary experience into such diverse fields as art, law, journalism, politics, business, religion, and medicine. Prominent alumni include Walter Owen, Jack Shadbot, Robert Bonner, Ray Williston, Alan Fotheringham, Jack Davis, Eric Nicole, Linda Reed, and D.E. Turche. The Youth Parliament, which has lasted longer than any other organization that goes into the making of its structure, that's a quote from a past premier, is sponsored by the Youth Parliament of BC Alumni Society, which was formed in 1974. Its board of directors is commonly known as the Senate, which one current senator once wrote that over a decade ago, that like in Ottawa, our main function is to be old. The Senate carries on the duties of ensuring a session is held annually and supporting the endeavors of the Parliament. For over 80 sessions, the young people have made Parliament grow. The membership of each and every session contributes to constant growth and development while passing traditions of the past. A full history can also be read at our website, bcyp.org. With that little history in mind, I'd like to talk about why I am here today. Our aim as an organization is to help youth grow and better themselves, as well as giving them opportunities and tools that can be carried into whatever they do in life. I represent Peace River South of the Interior, which is a northern region, and immediately coming into the Parliament, I noticed that the northern regions of BC are very underrepresented. And I'd like to see this change, because I was the first representative for Peace River North for a number of years, and Peace River South also hasn't had a representative for a number of years, and they continue to not be represented. Members of the Northern Interior region have a really hard time because of our spread out nature of the communities and things like that. So they have a hard time learning about the opportunities and choosing to apply because of their location. I was lucky enough that a random act of fate led me to learn about this and apply for it. And as here today, I hope to accomplish an open line of communication between the local government and my organization and the schools, so that we can maybe get the knowledge of this opportunity out to local youth across Dawson Creek, because I feel that it is something that is definitely beneficial to their futures, as you learn many things such as public speaking, you learn parliamentary procedures and processes in a nonpartisan environment. You get to connect with youth all over the province, which is pretty cool in connection to your province and your country. There's also many opportunities to go farther, as there's the Western Canada Youth Parliament, which then you would get to go down to one of the big cities and then meet students from all across Canada. There's many, many opportunities with this. Our motto is youth serving youth. So keeping this in mind, my other hope in giving you this presentation is that together we can build an environment for the youth of Dawson Creek where the opportunities in getting involved with their local government, as well as serving their community through services, does not feel so distant. I've only lived in Dawson Creek for about a year and a half now, as I moved from Grand Prairie. And something I noticed immediately is the youth feel very distant from their communities. They feel very disconnected from their local government, which is not the best that we want. And I want to build a community where the youth feel that they can approach their local government, where they know who they are, where they feel that they are a part of this as well as the rest of the community is. I want to build an environment where our local youth feel a greater connection to their town. The youth are the future, and I believe that striving for this sort of environment in our community sustainably will be a great benefit for the future strength of our town, as well as the individual futures of every youth who lives here.
Thank you so much. So, questions, comments, questions? Councillor Rogers.
Sayla, thanks for coming in. You got everybody from the that did the presentation with the BAMF smiling and nodding behind you. I wanted to tell you that I had before you told me about this, then I went ahead and I did a bunch of research, and I believe I sent that off to Mayor and Council. I don't know if they read it or not, but I have been talking to them about it, and I really appreciate you coming in here because I do agree with you. There is a disconnect between the youth of Dawson Creek and our local government. I'm in the high school quite a bit, and I talk to the kids there often, and some of the feedback I get from them is, well, why do we want to say what we think, because nobody's going to listen anyways. So I've got a meeting next week with the student council on another initiative that I was going to ask them to help me put forward. But I had talked to Duncan Redfern. He was, I believe, Duncan was probably the youngest councillor.
Malkinson.
Or Malkinson, sorry. I asked him if he knew about the youth parliament, and he was telling me that he knows of it. He wasn't a member, but he has a couple of friends that were. And if you wanted to get in touch with those people, I could probably get Duncan to help us out with that. And then also I had talked to Mike Bernier at the trade fair this weekend, our local MLA, which you already know. And I don't know if the mayor would be helpful at all of maybe setting up a meeting with Mike Bernier with you. I don't know if that could be possible or not, but hopefully we could work something out if that would help you move your endeavors forward for raising awareness for the community and the youth.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Wilbur, you had your...
I was just going to say, I think that would be a wonderful presentation to be presented to the NDI or the NCLGA board when they're here. So maybe we can arrange that as well, because they do cover North Central BC. So I think there's opportunity there. And Councillor Rogers right, there's a bunch of ladies back there smiling behind you. So before you leave, I think you need to talk to them, because I think you're the youth factor that they're looking for in their leadership group. So there you go, Shantae's on it. So please do talk to them before you leave, and thank you for presenting. And I did appreciate getting the information, because I did look over it and I learned something. So it's always great to learn something and get new information. So thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Sayla. And obviously, anytime, if we could engage, I'd be happy to do that with you and talk about moving it forward a bit. So thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in this morning. Thank you. Our next delegation, 6.8, we have Chris Ward and John Van Ort in attendance regarding the Dawson Creek Disc Golf Course location, safety, and trespassing issues. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome. Thanks for being patient with us this morning. Floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and councilors and staff. Just want to, I don't do this very often, but bear with me. I just read this page I got here. My name is John Van Ort, property owner of 1420 Chamberlain Drive. I'm here today requesting a review and possible relocation of the disc golf that is currently in the Barbary Park. Now, after 1 year of experience in disc golf in the park, we the people of Chamberlain Drive can now give our opinion of this game. it is directly affecting our lives and our private properties. I feel that it is, if an adequate study of disc golf was done in other communities, it would have been realized that Barbary Park was not an option. Due to this game affecting private properties, for example, the disc golf in Smithers is bordered by streets and not private properties. Also, when we received the notice that disc golf was going to be installed in the park directly behind our properties, we had little to no knowledge of this game or the impact it would have on our lives. Simply by receiving this notice shows that there may be an impact. Also, the safety of those using the walking trails as an alternative to the busy streets, some using headphones and not being able to hear the warnings and possibly being struck by this fast and hard-moving object. Also, this game gains popularity, being proactive in relocation would be the best solution. Also, our lives have been impacted in several ways, starting with trespassing on private property, knowing that at any time someone could be jumping our fences to retrieve their discs, introducing the possibility of personal injury in the process, holding us liable. This is our backyards, and where my 10 and 11-year-old daughters should be able to play safely and not be bothered by men confronting them, which has already happened. They have not been they were not able to find the disc, and then were asked if they could help the girls look, leaving my children vulnerable. How can we judge their intentions? Backyards are fenced and private personal spaces for family and friends, not for the public, unlike front yards which are open for access for public, for example, mail and meter readings, etc. Also, it is disruptive to our pets when there are people walking the fence lines hassling them. Then there is also the fact that if these people are polite enough to come to the front door and knock and we don't answer, the door not being home or busy at the moment, we don't know if they're accessing our yards without permission as well. It has not been without attempt to find solutions to this problem in conversations with the organizer. We tried to get the game a setback from our property lines, but this didn't work. Just no response, or we're not getting through. So anyhow, we're not opposed to people playing in the park, by no means. In the past, we've had a lot of people playing catch and football and soccer, but these are heavier objects and are not affected by the wind. And usually, when they play these sports, it's in family settings. We've never had trouble with people playing in the past. This mitigates the problem we're having right now. Right now we're also having occasionally people playing disc golf, drinking alcohol, and also have no bathroom facilities. Raises the concerns of public urination, and I got my kids playing in the backyard, and so do others. We believe more consideration of alternate locations should be done. For example, Newbie Park, where there could be a covered building built with pit toilets, picnic tables. This would also have room for an 18-hole course without having to cross busy streets. This facility could be used year-round by clubs, families, and disc golf leagues, etc. And that's all I have. I'm open to questions, and Chris has got his presentation after this.
Thank you.
So we got a petition just on the 1400 block of Chamberlain, and everyone signed rather quickly that everyone is getting trespassers in their backyards. It's constant. It's not once a year. It's flowers getting trampled. I've had a bike stolen now. Is it them? I don't know. So what we're asking Daniel Martin, who's the coordinator of this, to move back setback, which was supposed to be done when it came from a temporary to a full-time, but he never did it. And we've been asking him to do it, and he's not doing it. So that's why we're here in front of council today. I did some research, and there is in Huntington Beach, California, it's hard to find a lot on disc golf because it's a new sport. But rogue discs, air discs hitting 6-year-old boys, people with headphones on jogging on the walking path. There is certain sections where they cross. There's blind spots, and if people aren't paying attention, they're going to get whacked by a disc golf. This is one of them. I guess this is a driver, and it's a really hard edge. This is one that just wound up my yard just this year already. This is number 1 so far, and this hit my greenhouse. So I'm asking City Council also, who's liable when someone gets hit? When my personal property gets damaged, who's going to pay? When someone out in the course gets hit, who's going to pay? Because it's going to happen. All the research I've done says that people get hit if it's a mixed thing, unless it's a standalone disc golf course. So we're asking City Council if you can help Daniel relocate, do a setback, anything along those lines. That's what we're really asking. Yep.
Yeah, so we've also talked to Daniel about other options in this community, different locations, and he said ultimately you would prefer to have a location that would be able to hold an 18-hole golf facility in one location. So he agrees with us on that point. Go ahead, Chris.
Daniel says he's going to he can put up signs that was supposed to be done last year also, no trespassing. But I don't feel the need we should have no trespassing signs on our back fences. That should just be common. We have the tennis course, horseshoe pits, ball diamond, soccer parks, all nowhere near houses. They don't get trespassing, where our frisbee park does. So yeah, we're just hoping city and staff could help Danny relocate or do a setback.
Thank you. Questions? Council? Anyone? Thank you. So we appreciate you guys coming in, obviously, and bringing the concerns forward that you have as resident, and we'll bring it back under Mayor's business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
So now we're back into the agenda on Mayor's business, and item 9.2, Puskupi. Our neighbors had their by-election for mayor, and I wanted to offer our congratulations to the mayor of Puskupi, the newly elected mayor, Lorraine McKetty. And I've drafted a letter out to Mayor McKetty offering our congratulations. Had a meeting with her last week and had a really great conversation about some of the things, the initiatives that we're working away on together jointly, and offered our support in any way possible to help both through the mayor as well as through their administration, our city's support in any way we can help them continue to move forward. Last week or the week before, we had the joint meeting with the RCMP in Grand Prairie and Dawson Creek, and this was one I've been working on I think it started to raise itself. We discussed with our UBCM meetings last fall with the Attorney General and the senior members of the RCMP about the concerns of public safety. And so one aspect was how we could jointly work together on those cross-border issues of the different components of policing and public safety that we work on, both certainly the city of Grand Prairie as well as our region have been. So we had the Chief Superintendent, Leslie Bain from Prince George for our area, Superintendent from Prince George for E Division, and her inspector along with Staff Sergeant Marcel Gabeau was in attendance. We had the Chief Superintendent from Grand Prairie as well as the county and the detachment inspector, commander. And we had a really great conversation for about 3 hours in terms of the components around public safety that we're all working on and how the detachments work jointly together sometimes on those cross-border issues. And so it was a first step in terms of a conversation for us in terms of how we can start to build that relationship and interaction and communication. And certainly I know that I got some feedback from all of the participants who were in attendance from the RCMP and as well as Mayor Gibbons. And we're going to continue that discussion in terms of how we can jointly work together to build this relationship of public safety for our region and communities. So it was a very healthy conversation, discussion, and I followed it up with the Assistant Deputy Minister from the Solicitor General's Office, Clayton Pecknold, who's also been working along the side with us and has been very helpful. So, anyway, it was really beneficial. Does anybody have any questions about it? We had last week the first installment of the new Peace River Agreement, and the check presentation from MLA Minister Bernier was in attendance, and so we had the $14,992,864.72. I don't know what the number was, but anyway, it just first installment of a really significant agreement that's in place for us in the next 20 years for us. And so I just wanted to bring it up to council today. I attended the Northern Lights College. They had their bursary awards, scholarship awards ceremony last week, I think. And so I attended and was there to welcome the folks. And I think there was $30,000 or $40,000 in bursaries and awards from local business and local industry, and it's such a great recognition of the support. You know, I was struck by the long-term residents' names on those bursary awards for some of those folks, the Wannacotts and Paul and Judy Dampier, and folks who had been in our community for years and years ago and now have these awards and bursaries and scholarships in their names. So it was a real fun opportunity to be there and help celebrate that. The Booster Juice. I attended the Booster Juice grand opening last week in the Co-op Mall, and they're off and running, and they've done a great job, the Co-op have, in terms of repurposing and bringing in some new business into the Dawson Mall, and it's the causeway now in the Co-op Mall with the Booster Juice and Chopped Leaf and the new pharmacy and walk-in clinic, and they've done a great job of bringing that facility some really terrific new businesses, and so it was fun to be there and see the launch of that Booster Juice. And the Co-op have indicated they're really ecstatic with how it's helped bring that traffic and enhance traffic into their community, and a great message in difficult times to see the launch of new businesses in our community. And so now I want to bring forward the request from one of our delegations, Mr. Smith, in regards to the noise bylaw, and has made a request if we could review some components and sections of that noise bylaw for information and consideration. So Jim, can you?
So through a process, some time ago, Councillor Javakov was on council at the time, we ended up with significant tension between an industrial use housed in our old yards operation and the nearby motel in on the creek. Council went through a lot of enforcement actions over that, because at that time we had a decibel requirement that applied to industry. At the end of that, council made a decision to exempt industry and commercial totally from the noise bylaw and to provide a noon to 2 a.m. window for nightclubs. So at the moment, they are not captured by the noise bylaw. If you're going to capture them by the noise bylaw, of course you're going to have a significant effect on something like Louisiana Pacific. If you're going to capture industry and if you're going to capture the nightclub, you're changing the business conditions under which they opened. This was their, and they came and invested in the community. The rules were certain rules. If you're changing the rules, it affects their investment. You have the authority to do that. The question is, do you wish to?
So what's your pleasure, Councillor Wilbur?
I just think it's something that we could look at. Other communities obviously have dealt with that issue, so I'd be willing to look at it. The delegate isn't the only person that's called that has said they've been affected. It's not always constant, but it is affecting people in their homes. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think that other communities have kind of dealt with this issue, and maybe it's worth looking at. Times have changed. We have housing very close to businesses, that kind of stuff. So, it would be worth looking at, and I think it'd be our due diligence to do so and make sure that is there changes that are possible, then we should be, I think, addressing that and at least discussing it.
You making that by way of a motion?
Sure, I'll make that by way of a winded motion.
Okay. That we want to direct administration to bring back a report on the noise bylaw as it relates to the nightclub provision under E, or the other components around
Believe F and G.
F and G as well. Second.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're talking about restricting the sound from the frac sand facility. Is that what we're talking about?
That could be a
So, I mean, is council's will to get a recommendation for more restrictions? Because it's a waste of time for Brenda to go and look at every other bylaw on the planet if she has no direction about what you wish to see. Do you wish to see more restrictions on industry, commercial, and nightclubs? If you wish to see that, we can sure bring you back something that gives you more restrictions.
Councillor Wilbur, then Councillor Schumann.
I wish to see, yes, what other communities have done. Obviously, some have come up with a solution that works. Maybe that's a solution that works for us. And I know Brenda's busy, so I don't want to download more, but I think to be responsible, yes, I would like to know what other communities have done as a solution to that particular issue.
So those are two different things, Your Worship. I can bring you back a review of the other noise bylaws in the province. Or I can bring you back a recommended change to your bylaws. I just need to know which it is.
Sure. Councillor Wilbur?
I would like to see what other communities have done before we get a recommendation. I would just like to see what other opportunities are out there and if it fits for us.
Okay. Second to Councillor McFadden. Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if, we can deal with this in a different way, if there's any opportunity for us to maybe meet with the business in question. And I know that when I talked to the young man on the telephone when he called me about this issue, he said, there's just certain nights, maybe it's a warmer night and they've got the back doors open. He suspects that they don't have improvements to the building to subdue some of that noise. And to be honest, I've been in the facility and party night, whatever, and the bass is what the problem is. And sometimes I think they crank up that bass just to get everybody's hearts pounding, and I wonder if the business owner was aware that we could possibly through discussion make changes to the bylaw that maybe he could or they could do something within their business, keep the back doors closed, or just a slight reduction in their base setting or something like that. I wonder if there's room to have a discussion with the business owner to solve this without having to.
Well, I think two issues. We want to review the bylaw in terms of getting that understanding of it, and then the separate issue is there something that they can do to modify their operation? I don't know if the question that is, but I think first step is what Councillor directing here. Councillor Javekov?
I would be in favor of doing something specific with the complaint that we had about the nightclub. I wouldn't be in favor of reinventing the wheel with the bylaw. I think rather than have a direct exemption like we do now, exempting the nightclub, I think sort of a modified exemption or something to deal with the issues that Cheryl talked about. You know, that's the complaint, and I would be willing to support that.
Councillor Wilbert?
That just raises a question, and so are we just, is Councillor Javetkov suggesting that it's just for that one business, or it's for everybody that has a license that can play music till 2 o'clock in the morning? We cannot just pick one person out of a hat and say we're going to put this in place because your noise is too loud.
The bylaw, the policy is what governs how administration and how our bylaw enforcement deal with it, right? Councillor Roger?
So, just so I can be sure what I'm saying here. So we've had one complaint about one business. Are we getting complaints from any other businesses in town that are making noise? Have we had any other complaints regarding the noise from that facility? And then the other question that I would have for administration would be, is there not a certain amount of decibels that there's got to be a WCB Act in there somewhere that says, if you're in a nightclub, the decibels should only be so loud, because that's the people that are work there. You just have work safe in. You got to protect your workers.
But
and their hearing.
Our ability to deal with it is under our bylaw. WorkSafe would administer and deal with it under theirs. We have no jurisdiction in that line.
Yeah, but is there a violation going on through WorkSafe? I'm not sure.
We wouldn't be privy to that or get that. So the motion is that we've directed administration to bring back a report on the overview of the bylaw as it relates to the noise for these particular nightclubs. And is that clear?
No, actually, the motion, Your Worship, was we'd bring back a review of the bylaws we can find in terms of their general regulations for commercial, industrial, and their specific regulations for these nightclubs.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Javetkov?
The other thing I'd have to ask about all-encompassing bylaw review is what priority does it take? Does it take precedence over the fiscal gap report and all of the other reports that we've asked for so far?
It goes into the
It's in the mix.
So then I'd have to say this issue, the complaint that we've received, should be dealt with in the short term as opposed to waiting till next year. And dealing with it specifically, like taking that exemption and seeing if we could modify it. Because I know in my younger days when I used to go to parties, we had the RCMP come over and say, look, you guys are too loud, you're not conforming to the noise bylaw, so quieten it down. So there is ways to do it.
But I think you got two different aspects in a residential setting versus a commercial or a business.
So, Your Worship, your general provision is if you're making a bunch of noise and it's disturbing your neighbors, you need to stop. But your decisions in the past have been, if you are a commercial activity, if you're making money from that noise, and you're in a transition zone where business is here, residences are there, that actually the needs of the business owner supersede those of the residents. That's in these transition zones. That's the decision you make. You can turn it the other way around, and then you're going to have, if the exemption didn't exist, if a person complained that Mr. Smith complained that his peaceful enjoyment of his home was being disturbed by the noise, then the noise has to end and the business has to close. I mean, that's what the effect of removing the exemption. So then in between are a whole bunch of places that have decibel meters and distances, and if you're 100 feet away and the decibel count is here, then it's a violation. If you're not, I mean, other people do it differently. You can't go to the Williams Lake bylaw that just gives so much discretion to the bylaw enforcement officer all full of undefined and not enforceable in court provisions. Like, that's just not where bylaw writing has gone. You've got to have a standard that the business can meet and that the owner or the residents can know if there's been a violation. So one of the things we'll have to report to you is probably out of the 172 noise bylaws in the province, 40 or 50 of them probably aren't enforceable.
Yeah. Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, so I was interested to hear from staff. Councillor Rogers had a question about how many complaints we have received on this specific business from our residents. Is it just the one complaint?
No, more than one, but less than 10. There's been complaints from residents in the 2 apartment buildings to the east as well.
Councillor Javekov?
So again, like Cheryl said, it's an intermittent problem, and the open door in the back could be an issue. This residence, it's not interface, it's 400 meters away, so there's obviously things that can be done to mitigate that issue. So I see it more as a simple short-term solution than something that we blow out of proportion.
So the mayor would be happy to meet with the business owner and raise that concerns, but I still think if he or she to
well,
and I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do that.
There's ways to put some provisions in the exemption, maybe to do it decibels or keep the door closed, or I don't know. Like, I would be willing to do it too, but I think it would be appropriate for you to.
No, I'm good, and I'm absolutely good to do it. So we'll do it. We've got to provide direction to administration because we've got to have to deliver that. But I'll follow it up on the side just for that information. Councillor Roger?
One question, one thought. So we've approved the building of a frac sand facility there. So does this mean we're going to get noise complaints from that? I know that through the process, they were talking about how many decibels it would be and everything else. So are we going to end up, just a question to councillors and your worship, but are we going to get complaints from the frac sand facility later on because it makes a certain pitched noise that nobody likes? Or
That's kind of like asking me how long's a piece of string.
Yeah. Oh, this long.
We may not. Once it's operational, then you'll determine that, right? So, Councillor Wilbur?
Yeah, I mean, really, realistically, it seems like it's a late night issue. So I don't know. I just think if there's other opportunities or possibilities out there, we should do due diligence and at least look at it. I'm not saying that there is a change or we should. I just think, better to be proactive and look at it now than be reactive down the road, I guess.
Thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. We had a presentation by Mr. Van Oort and Mr. Ward in regards to the disc golf. Councillor Wilbur?
So just something that was said, so I just threw you to staff. When the permanent baskets were put in, was there one that was supposed to be moved further away from where the temporary one was?
Actually,
was that our understanding?
So the revision in the course that you had asked for, which I understand has happened, is that the targets have been moved away from the back fences, but the tee boxes have been moved closer to the back fences. So people aren't throwing discs in the direction of the backyards now, but they are right up against the fence to throw them away from there. So there's been the activity's actually been moved closer to the fences, but the activity of the throwing has been directed away. That's my understanding of what's happened there. I don't know. Is that what's happened?
It is, but we're still getting the discs in the yard. People are bad throws.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Wilbur.
So I know there is signage coming forward. It's waiting final approval. I know there's no trespassing
Do you know where it's being
stuff
built?
in there. There's no trespassing signage in there. I know it's in their rules of play that they hand out. So my concern is that maybe what ended up permanent wasn't what was supposed to be. That's kind of my question. Like,
I'm assuming that they would have worked when it was, the
Yeah.
presentation was made, and the group would have worked with our staff to put the
Yeah.
design in, and that would have been how it would have been delivered, I would assume.
So this sport is, there are some aficionados that are the organizers. And they probably have control of their discs. But it's kind of that sport anybody can play. It's almost zero cost because the organizers hand out discs to people. So the uptake has been quite large, and it has been a lot of families, not necessarily with a lot of financial resources, who use the thing, and a lot of beginners. It's kind of the same crowd that is at the Rotary Lake. And so I wouldn't be at all surprised that some of those beginners are throwing discs all over the place.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So 3 to 7, is it possible, given the design of the course, that that particular target be moved to another area within that park?
Well, again, there are no targets that you turn and you're facing those properties. In fact, there aren't even targets where you're 90 degrees to those fences. So that
But we're still
I would
getting
almost
discs in the
think that
yard.
someone throwing a disc now into the backyards is throwing the disc up to the tee box or at their buddies, or they've abandoned the course and they're playing their own game. You know,
It's
there will be.
mulligan golf.
So what's happened is you have a new use in the park. It's a public park, by the way. Anyone can
Yes.
use it for any purpose. And the folks are using it, and inevitably, the neighboring properties, there's going to be noise, there's going to be people behind their back fences, there's going to be garbage left from time to time, there's going to be stray discs. That's just a consequence of having it there. There is no mitigation apart from screening that would ever prevent that happening, and you have indicated that you are not putting much in the way of public funds into this disc golf. So it's been put together at low cost for the enjoyment of however many people as possible, and it changes the dynamic for property owners. It makes it more common to the dynamic that most of us live with, which is behind our back fence is a public laneway. And 1 inch beyond our fence belongs to the public, and anybody who wants to can wander around there, and some of them are pretty sketchy, and they drop coffee cups, and I don't like having them behind my fence, but it's public property and they're allowed to be there.
There you go. Okay.
Councillor Rogers, then Councillor Schumann.
The impression I got was they didn't want the disc golf. They wanted the disc golf to be moved to another park, to somebody else's neighborhood. So that's a NIMBY thing, not in my backyard, as long as it's somebody else's, I don't care. I kind of took a little bit of offense to the comparison with the disc golf to Huntington Beach. My sister lives down in Huntington Beach, and the disc course is right there. And I watch the amount of people that are on it. So, you know, if 1 or 2 people are getting hurt there, I just look at the numbers that are actually playing it, and there's somebody out there constantly. And they play at night down there as well. But I just kind of, like, if you're going to compare something that is in Huntington Beach, California, I would say compare it to something that's a little bit closer to home and the same amount of people that are using it. Because if they've only had 1 or 2 people get hurt in Huntington Beach, California, where there's thousands of people playing on that thing a week, then to me it was just, you're kind of reaching a little bit. And so, you know, is the question we're looking at facing here right now, we get rid of the disc golf? Because that's what they want, I believe. Or move it somewhere else. And there was one comment that Daniel Martin agreed that it should be an 18-hole course and it shouldn't even have been there in the first place. So does Daniel actually agree with that? Because I didn't hear from him. If it shouldn't have been there to begin with, then why is it there now?
Councillor Schumann and Councillor Wilmer.
Yeah, so I think Jim answered my question, because I was going to say, like, is there is their fence line their property line, or is there, you know, an extra 3 feet that's their property line? And I think he answered that with his comments with regards to our back alleys. And I was going to say, you know, my property line is my fence at the back alley, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on in that back alley that I have to deal with. And I get that it's a change for the residents along there. They've been used to just a lovely park that probably had very little use, and I'm in favor of having activities in our parks. We spend a lot of money on our parks every year, and encouraging our community members to get out and use them is a good thing. And I would like for us to work with the disc golf to see if I think the signage will help. And I mean, I get things in my backyard from my other neighbors' backyards because there's just a small alley between us, separating us, and nothing between the side yards. So there's lots of times when I get things in my backyards, and I don't know. I think the disc golf is a good thing, and I think that we could probably work with some signage that might make things better, and it's good.
Councillor Wilbur?
Yeah, no, I like solutions. I like the disc golf, that we have it for families. It's inexpensive and stuff, but I do like solutions, and I do like grants. So maybe we could talk to Daniel and see if there's something that we could do to work with him to find out what netting costs and work and see if that's feasible for us to put in there, and they raise the money and find the money for it. So like I like solutions, and I like activity for the community, and I love grants. There's tons of them out there, so I think maybe that's a possibility to have. And I mean, I'll do it myself. I will talk to them, and I definitely will suggest that no trespassing and stuff be put on their signage. I can do that, but I think there's a solution there. I think there's a possibility to help the neighbors out, and a solution to make the game, keep it there, be fun, and be safe. And you know, having a small child in my home, I wouldn't want a stranger climbing over my fence either. So I would like to find a solution. I don't know what it is, but I'd definitely be willing to talk to Daniel and the organizers and see what we could come up with and see what's available for grants, and then they could come back to the city and see if netting is something that would work in that area.
Thank you. Councillor Javetkov, then Councillor Schumann.
I just wondered about the insurance. Is disc golf required to have insurance?
So, in terms of our insurance, when this was first proposed, we went to the Municipal Insurance Association and had it included on our policy. The disc golf is one of the things going on in our parks, the same as soccer or baseball or softball. At that time, they didn't add anything to our premium, and they haven't since, because in BC, none of the communities that are insured by MIA have ever had a claim on disc golf. What the organizers have to protect themselves, I don't know the answer to that question, but I know we're fully insured, but it's considered by MIA to be a very low-risk activity.
So does that mean if there's if the disc goes into somebody's window and breaks it, that it's covered by the city, or?
No, it would be the individual that did it that would be that would be liable. The same as you hit the foul ball over at Barbary Park on the other side of the creek and it goes through the window, which by the way happens. You know, it's Little League that pays for that.
Okay. Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, so I'm all about solutions also. I think that we can find a solution. I don't know how the residents of that block would feel if we put a big net behind there. Like, I suspect they might be willing to put up with the odd disc in their yard as opposed to a beautiful net protecting their backyard. But you know,
So I'm not getting a motion here, and so we've had ample discussion. We'll follow it back up with the homeowners as well as with Daniel, and I'll take that on.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one other item I want to bring forward. I don't think the Youth Parliament required anything, but I will bring that forward and back, and I'll meet with Selah at some point in the coming weeks and engage Councillor Rogers with that. We had a motion that was made by Council some time ago by Councillor Parslow last summer, and they were arranging to bring the Treaty 8 display in, and the discussion was around if a suitable display area in a city facility could be arranged, such as the foyer at the admin department at City Hall, and so the motion passed that Council authorized the placement of a Treaty 8 informational display in City Hall. So we've just been notified of, and I wish Councillor Parslow was here, but the display is a little larger than we had anticipated. And so, Jim, can you just give us some?
Yeah, so apparently the display, which is currently in Nampa, Alberta, somewhere in that community, is now available to the Historical Society. And Frank Brielt's willing to go pick it up. But he's going to be taking his 3-ton to go pick it up because it is, the display itself, we've got some pictures there, is 8 to 9 feet tall, depending on the stanchion it's put on, and it's about 12 feet long. So, you know, it would be, I'd struggle to fit it in this chamber along here, building a wall between myself and Councillor Wilbur, which I'm not against, but I'm just saying that's the size of the thing.
Hey.
And so the motion was to locate it here at City Hall in the foyer out here. I've got no room. There's actually no place in City Hall where, you know, public could see it, that I can put it without blocking exits and all sorts of things. And because it's this interpretive boards, it needs to be someplace where the public can see it, but where there's eyes on it. Because if you tried to climb it, you could knock the whole thing over on yourself. And it's not leaping to me right away where that would be, that weak owner control. Might be a great thing for the museum, but of course then the Historical Society would have to relocate some of their existing exhibits, because it's big.
Yeah. So Jim and I had this conversation just very briefly, and the only thing I can think of is maybe Alaska Highway House, or maybe the Kiwanis Calvin Kirk Performing Arts Center might have a room big enough. But anyway, so we wanted to bring it back to council. Councillor Wilbur?
How long would we have it for?
I think they're acquiring ownership of it.
Oh. Like it's a permanent thing.
That's my understanding, is whoever had it is for some reason no longer able to have and maintain it, and they had offered it out to the Historical Society.
Councillor Javekov?
You know, that's something that we should be looking at the Pioneer Village, because they've got more flexibility, a lot more flexibility, and there are people going through there all the time.
So,
does it have to be?
Well, I guess I'm thinking we should bring it back to Councillor
Yes,
Parslow.
it has to be inside.
When he returns at the next council meeting, and ask him if he can pursue it with the organizing group, find out exactly what the details are of when we're getting it and when we're supposed to get it, and then work with the Historical Society out there or somebody to say, do we have space and location to take this on permanent?
Yeah, because we don't want the people who built that display. It's not good service to them if we just bring it. It's in 7 containers. If we bring it in the 7 containers and store them under the stairs, that doesn't help anybody.
Yeah. So we'll bring it back to Councillor Parslow, and hopefully it doesn't need an answer right away. And I don't know if, did he indicate that, Jim, whether he wanted to know? Right away?
Well, it's available now if he wants to go get it. I don't know how long it's available, but I should have a motion from council then, because we had one on the board to do exactly what you're saying.
So we'll bring, if we can get a motion just to bring it back, and Councillor Parslow to determine a suitable location for it if we can find it within the city. Councillor Wilbur, Schumann, seconded Wilbur. Discussion?
Can we get a picture of it?
Yeah, there's one here. I'll give it to you.
You got
after.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Diary?
Nothing new on the diary, Your Worship.
Fee for service exemptions. Consent calendar?
I moved that.
Moved.
Sure.
Schumann, seconded. Wilbur, discussion? All in favor? Strategic priorities?
Nothing new on the chart, Your Worship.
Question and answer period?
No one has signed up.
Media?
Have we
what
ever?
happened with the carbon tax debate? I think
We're
people that-
going to table it until we'll ask for a report to come back from administration, and then we'll bring it back to a full council meeting.
Okay. And I'm wondering the motions on Bozeman Nightclub. What is being done there? Is the review of the bylaws happening, or just
We've asked administration to bring back a review of some of the comparable bylaws around the province that deal with this bylaw of noise bylaw for council to have some further discussion about.
right? And then in the meantime, there's going to be some formal meetings with.
And I'll set up some informal discussions with the owners.
And then with disc golf, what was the motion there?
We have no motion.
Okay, it's just kind of work with
So I'll meet with the homeowners as well as Daniel from the disc golf group.
Okay. And I just had
Keeps going to the mayor.
Yeah. Good job, Mayor Bumstead.
You had mentioned there was a sort of disagreement between industrial use and the hotel that brought on the exemptions for noise for industrial and commercial properties. I was wondering sort of what the two uses were there. You mentioned one was in, but the other one was...
So one was in on the creek, and I can't remember what it was that Jerry Lee was doing in the chopstick factory. That's correct. The chopstick factory in the old city yards, and right beside it a hotel.
Where Calfrac used to be?
Yeah, where Calfrac
is.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Do you know when that was? I mean, was that...
It all seems the same to me.
2006.
We're gonna go right.
2006, says Councillor Javetkov. He may or may not be.
That wall just got wider.
It's now brick.
Ashley? Good. So we'll have a recess for 7 minutes before we get into committee of the whole. So we'll call ourselves back to order. We're into our committee of the whole reports. Staff Sergeant Gabon may or may not be able to join us. They are, so we'll move forward, and if he gets in, we'll have him present when he's here. 15-2 now. We have Fire Chief. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning. Everybody got rocks in their pocket to keep them down this afternoon, keep them on the ground? Let's get lots of wind today.
Big one.
Anyways, the report's in front of you. I just want to point out a couple of things with that. Our numbers are creeping up on us. For the same time last year, about 10% higher. It doesn't seem like a lot, but in the two areas that it's creeping out, for instance, ambulance assists last year at this time was 9. We're sitting at 18 right now. And motor vehicle accidents last year at the same time was 12. Right now we're sitting at 21. So those two numbers alone are way over. What does it mean? Not sure right now, but just so you know, that's seems to be an increase in those two areas. The other thing I want to talk briefly. Oh, is there any questions on that? Okay. The other thing I want to talk briefly about is we have an opportunity to do some training with forestry in town. And so what we're going to do is there's an area off where the old granary burnt down. There's an area just north of there is a fairly large grassy area that we're going to work with forestry and ourselves, and we're going to use it for a training opportunity to burn some of that grass off of there and to reduce the fire load, and again to do some training. So we'll do that with forestry. We'll have 6 guys from forestry and 4 from our crew working that. That'll happen on the 21st or 22nd of this week. So you're going to see some plumes of smoke, and we'll email that out. We'll put it on Facebook and all that kind of stuff, so you can do that. But not only that, we do the same thing at the airport, because the airport's got some areas that are the grass is getting really high. This time of the year, it's really dry. If we wait too much longer, then it gets a little too wet or a little too green, then it won't burn. So we're taking that opportunity to work with like I say, the Ministry of Forests, and bringing their crews in and do some training with them. So it's a good opportunity for us.
When tested on an afternoon like today in terms of your skills within
We'll
the
do it
wind.
morning.
An 80-kilometer gust.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on the weather.
Thanks, Chief. Any questions, comments? Appreciate seeing the staff at the trade fair, Home and Garden Leisure Show. It was good to see them there and promoting the awareness and fire plans, training, all that was good.
Yeah, it was. Good
Thank
job
you.
by our guys, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Report from the Director of Corporate Administration. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Why, thanks again.
Nice to have you here.
I have a few items to add to my report. I don't know if there's any questions of what's in the report, but just wanted to mention that Kelsey and Sabrina both attended the NCLG MA in Prince George. It was a conference, and they attended a half-day bylaw workshop session beforehand, so that was very helpful for us, and it was good for them to meet some of the colleagues around the province. Tyra's away today doing her HR role with the QP negotiations, so that's going on. One bit of good news we got today was the grant writer funding was approved through NDIT. So what that means is as long as we pay the grant writer $10,500 for at least 400 hours, then we are reimbursed 8,000 of that.
Wow.
So that's just any non-profit community groups can access her, give her a call, and she'll help you look for grants.
Thanks, Brenda. Any questions on Brenda's report? 15.4, we have a report from our Chief Financial Officer. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, welcome.
Thank you. So Council's strategic priorities, fiscal responsibility and sustainability and quality sustainable infrastructure, as you know, get worked into the budget. But the initiative itself has been set aside while we're finishing the budget process and the year end. And we're at the last stages of those two items. We have a budget meeting this afternoon that Council will discuss. And we're just in the last stages of preparing the year-end financial statements to deliver to the auditor to get that rolled up before May 15th. We also give you a status report on the potable water reservoir. It's at $273,000. And a status on the U17 Hockey Challenge final payment. A little bit about some meetings that we're doing with the partnership committee to do with the reporting templates with the new Peace River Agreement. And just about done the first quarter reporting requirements, and the second quarter is really busy too. So other than that, just in the news and notes, I want you to pay attention. We had our first collection on the kindness meters, and the first collection was about $100, and it'll be really interesting to see how much was collected at the Memorial Arena after the Home and Garden Show. So that'll be on the next committee of the whole meeting. And the other thing that I just wanted to mention about that, I was at my parents' in March, and there was a Maclean's article on kindness meters, and Dawson Creek was mentioned in the first line, so a lot of exposure on it. Yeah, and that's about it.
I was just going to mention before the gentleman said to me the other day, he said, Dale, I'm downtown the other day going to the bank. I'm walking down the street. I look across the corner and see your kindness meters over there. So I walk across the street, put my $3 in. I had a loonie and a toonie. And he said, you know what's the great part about that? That's $3 that's going to go to our community charities that would have never flowed any other way. And I think it's just a great way for us to be able to do that. So I'm really happy to see that, starting to see the revenue flow. So, Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, I'm also very pleased with that. $100 in, gosh, it's like what, a week and a half or 2 weeks or something? So that's awesome. My question for Shelley is, I noticed today, or over the weekend, reading the budget meeting, I was wondering when we will see the comments back from the public with regards to the budget. I know that there are comments out there, and I'm just wondering when we see those, or if we see those, and where they are.
Through your worship, so this year from the first public consultation, because the mayor was responding and all the questions were resolved, we didn't do a report on the actual discussion of that public consultation. There was nothing outstanding whatsoever. So you won't be getting a report regarding that. It'll be just going on to the second phase.
I was so sick I was delirious that night, so I'm not sure we should rely on the mayor's responses. No, I'm kidding.
But there were minutes taken. We can distribute the minutes.
Councillor
Were there
Bowman,
minutes
then
taken?
Schumann.
They should be on this budget meeting then, wouldn't they?
Through your
We'll get them to you.
So yeah, I that was kind of, I had that question too. So was there not comment sheets filled out?
Yes, there was.
So is there any questions from the comment sheets? I don't know if that's what Councillor Schumann's referring to, but was my question too.
Okay.
Yeah, through your worship, I'll bring them to the meeting this afternoon.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Shelley? Thank you, Shelley. 15:05, we have a report from our Director of Infrastructure. Good morning. Welcome.
Morning.
Love your tie.
Thank you very much.
Spanking knot there.
I know. I'm working on it.
It's part of the mayor's training program. I'm teaching him how to tie a knot.
Oh, you're not wearing a clip-on today.
Hey, there's nothing I'm not willing to do.
As long as it doesn't have 13 knots.
You can buy ties, you know, that just click on there.
Apparently I'm gonna have to get one. Or actually take some time to learn how to tie it. So I just wanted to touch briefly on the treated water reservoir. We'll be working with Bear Mountain Construction after this morning in the award to get going on that project. I think they'll be excited to get going within the next few weeks, so that's very exciting for us. A couple weeks ago, the last meeting, council awarded the sewer upgrade line 17th and 99th west to C. Chandler Contracting. We're just finalizing the initial paperwork with C. Chandler Contracting, and we'll be moving into a pre-construction meeting for that project right away. So also very exciting, big summer ahead. Water treatment plant process expansion. As of this morning, we have resolution, so we have everything in order to move forward with grant application for intake by April 28th, so we are ready to do that. Also very exciting. We have final design complete in anticipation of budget approval for the Chamberlain Sewer Force Main project. So we might possibly actually go to tender earlier than budget approval, with a caveat in that project to say, obviously, subject to budget approval. And we may do that in hopes of hitting a better timing. And if we do so, we have an opportunity to complete the project within the summer months. If we wait, it might drag into the following season. So that's the reasoning behind that. Quickly, in regards to the watershed, we were set up at the Sportsman Show the other weekend. I think there was around 3,700 people came through the doors. We had 260 people enter a draw at the watershed table, and that was that educational component around recreational users and you are within these boundaries. Some great conversations. We think it was very well received, being at the Sportsman Show, trying to do that educational component on the watershed. Seen a picture this morning of Bear Hole Lake. The water is running over the weir, so it looks like we have full recharge. I do not have those numbers at this time, but I will get them to you as soon as I do have them. I wanted to mention in follow-up to Chelsea's presentation that we are looking at doing flow monitoring above our intake at Eris for this year. As discussed, we do have a station at Farmington 70 kilometers downstream. We want to get a station above Eris to make better management decisions when required. We do have the ability to calculate flows at Eris right now based on weir height and width of river, but it's a little more difficult than having a station in place. So I wanted to mention that. Finally, the public works crews are out sweeping, doing spring cleanup. Things are going very well. It's also my understanding that we've had over 100 people sign up downstairs to have rocks removed off of their lawns. We have 3 volunteer groups that will moving forward doing that, and things are starting to look really good outside.
Cool. Thanks, Sean. Any questions? Councillor Schumann?
Not a question. I just know that soon we will be putting out information around our water conservation measures that come into effect. Is it May 1st or?
Yes, and the information is out on our website already.
Yeah, so just because there was a couple of instances last year on our Facebook, et cetera, where they were referred to as water restrictions, I would like to ask that we please call them water conservation measures. And I know that you refer to them that way, but I'm not sure who's doing our Facebook, but
Okay.
that it's such a nicer
I will
way of
definitely
talking
follow up
about.
on that. I know it was posted, and I will check to see if it says restrictions or conservation measures on our website, as well as I know in the utility bills they were sending out a reminder as well. So.
Yeah, it's just.
Thank you. Councillor Javetko?
With the government, we had a process for bids. When we received bids, it was very formal. Like bids closed at this time on this day, and they had to be in sealed envelopes, and there'd be 3 people there to open them, and they'd be date stamped and recorded. Is that the same system as you guys use, or?
Absolutely. Everything needs to show up here in a sealed envelope, and it's date stamped, and then they're opened in a formal process right here in council chambers on the opening time. I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to. Tenders, people bidding tenders do have the ability to amend their bid by fax right up until the time that the bid closes. So we do get a number of people that might bid, for example, $2 million higher than kind of where they might think their bid might end up in the final component, and they might be out price shopping right to the last minute and fax in an addendum to that bid, and we have to include it when we open that sealed envelope here as well.
As long as it's before that
That's
time
correct.
frame? Yeah, right on.
And we have a notification process to local folks that get the notification of the tenders coming as well, so that we notify our locals as well.
So
If they've signed up.
if they've signed up for
They've
it.
signed up, and anyone can sign up on our website to
Yeah.
get those notifications.
Yeah.
So are the bidders welcome to come in and sit in on the opening?
The majority of bidders do come and sit in as
Yeah,
well for the
right
opening.
on.
For the larger projects.
Yeah, there's been a number of times where.
We even had
galleries
people
just
sitting
went
here for the arena doors, but for the water new reservoir, there was 5 or 6 here.
Yeah.
full. Councilor Rogers? I thought you had your hand up. You had a question? No?
Oh, I was just waiting.
Okay. So,
I
I,
think you and I tie ties the same, so
My wife.
thanks, Sean.
you're welcome.
Appreciate it. Next up, 15-6, we have a report from our Director of Community Services. Good morning, Duncan.
Morning.
Welcome.
Welcome, yeah. So, just a brief update. Lepke Park, we walked through the other day with the caretaker of Lepke Park, Mr. Brad Lepke, and working on a partnership with the forestry and looking at how we can maybe clean up that park, do some risk reduction, but still maintain that demonstration forest designation, I guess it's had, or the appeal that it has. So we're working with forestry. We're going to meet with them on Friday. We're going to walk through, and they may have some crews that have some ability to come in and do some of that work depending on how the fire season goes as we work our way through. And Steve Mulholland has been our contact over at the forestry so far. Quick update on O'Brien, which also ties in with the demolition tender that's coming forward. So looking at the YCC right now, so far we've relocated the City Summer Fund program. They're going to be located out of the Kin Arena upstairs in the I guess the meeting room. They were located there a number of years ago, and that's where we're looking at for them. We walked through at the school district here not long ago in March, took a look at O'Brien, looked at some space. There are some very usable spaces in there for both the Monkey See, Monkey Do program and potentially the Legion. We've been in contact with Day Roberts. We had looked at places like the arena and had hoped that maybe an office in the arena would work, but the stairs presented an issue. So there's a space in O'Brien. It sounds like they quite like that space. It's ground access. It's access from the front of the building. And right now we're just we're waiting on the school district. And our understanding is they're going to have a meeting here shortly, and we'll hopefully have some idea what those costs are, and then we can write a report and present that to council for a decision. So that will hopefully be by the next meeting, but no guarantees. Just waiting on the school district right now. As far as the demolition, so we're working with Urban Systems right now on those drawings. The biggest I guess area information in that demo is really the hazardous materials. And we're really going through with a fine-tooth comb. We really want to make sure that we capture all of those areas. Ultimately, that's where your risk is as far as change orders and items like that. So we really want to make sure that we've done a number of samples. We've given the building a good walkthrough, and we brought in the people that understand that side of the business. So we should have that tender out here in the next probably 2 weeks, I would say. That'll be available on the city website. As Sean stated, contractors can sign up. They get a post of all the tenders that come out. They can bid on it. It'll be on BC Bid as well, and then we'll have our opening sometime around or after the conclusion of budget. And then there'll be a report to council with a recommendation of award. So that'll be happening probably later in May. So we're working our way through that. it's a big project and it's getting a lot of interest already. I think we've had 3 or 4 local companies already contact us, and we've helped them get signed up on the city website so they're made aware when it comes out. But it's going to be a big project, and yeah, it's moving forward. So, and then lastly, just talking about the arenas, we now have all the ice out of the arenas. And just following up with council's previous direction, we did bring Force Engineering in, and they've surveyed those pads, and they've given us a baseline now that we can follow up to see if there is movement in those pads as we move forward. You know, that was something council wanted to make sure that got done. So they've come in, they've surveyed it as soon as the ice came out, and we'll look at it again before the ice goes in, see what the movement looks like, see how the pads are doing, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. And at some point, if it's determined that there is significant movement or risk, then we can put together some pricing and look at those pads as well. But we'll track that. And with the trade show over, we'll now commence with our door tender that was awarded here last month to Heggie Construction, and they'll move in and start on that work as well. I think that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Thanks, Duncan. Councillor Rogers?
100 trees in Ken Park.
That's the plan right now. We're gonna bring an operator over to help us with that, and we're in the design stages right now. There were some comments, I think, in here about just the species diversification and using xeriscaping and mulch to make sure that the survivability increases. But yeah, that's the plan right now, is approximately 100 trees in Ken Park.
How big will they be? We get instant gratification?
Probably not instant, but we do like to go above seedlings, and we kind of talked about this last time. With seedlings, we don't have the natural moisture retention from long grass, and also vandalism is a concern with the seedlings, or it could be damaged, so you know, whippersnippers or whatnot. So we try to get that mid-range, but yeah, they are not instant gratification, but we're planning on setting them back from the existing trees and allowing those trees to live out their life, and we'll have a row in behind that's hopefully nice and grown up by the time those front row of trees are done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Duncan. Anything further? Councillor Wilbur?
Just kind of around the water safety instructor, national lifeguard courses. When we have that type of stuff, would it be possible to send it to the NCLGA staff so that they could put it out to members? So some of the smaller communities are looking at, you know, they could take those courses, but maybe it doesn't work to take it in Prince George, or so if there's opportunity or openings, it would be appreciated if we could just forward that to you, and then there's opportunity for other communities to come here and take those courses.
Yep. So right now we fill up with whatever staff internally we need, right?
Yeah.
Selfishly, we have to try to make sure.
No, I get that.
Yeah, and then after that, we are a member of the Northeast BCRPA, so British Columbia Recreation and Park Association. So that's our region, and that's where it goes out next, and it hits all of the directors and the pool managers so that they're aware of what's going on. But if you get me in contact, we can expand that further for sure.
Yeah, just a question that was asked.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Anything further for Duncan?
I just wonder.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry, I forgot to talk to you about the Park and Play event scheduled for May the 28th.
Yes. So that is, as I've talked about before, we've kind of shuffled our department up a little bit, and we've moved recreation and infrastructure and tried to separate that a little bit. And one of the initiatives this year is to get back into some of the community engagement and some of those events in the parks that we haven't necessarily had an opportunity to do previously. So a Park and Play event is essentially an event in a park in the community. You pick a park that maybe has the ability for multiple demographics to attend. Maybe there's some people who have barriers to access that live in those neighborhoods or within proximity that can participate. Maybe there's other demographics as well, and you try to bring the recreation programming to the park, centralize it in that park, get that use in that park, try to get participation from other community groups. I think there's some listed in there that are going to provide some food. It's also an opportunity for the city to promote any programs that we're looking after, whether it be sustainability and some awareness, or you know, the watershed, or you know, any of those programs that maybe are going on at the pool. But essentially it's bringing the recreation to the community. It's encouraging people to walk down to the park and enjoy those parks that, you know, are utilized, but have full utilization of that park that day, and remove barriers for people who maybe can't get out to some of our infrastructure to utilize it and incorporate it into that day. So it's pretty exciting. And we've been working on it for a while, and we're pretty excited that this year it's going to get off the ground, and we're trying to hammer it out before you know, the soccer tournaments, and try to maybe a little early, but I think it's going to be successful, and it's pretty exciting.
And our parks are really beautiful, especially with the walking trails, and I just like to see more people utilizing those parks.
Yeah, so this is encourage use and bring people out who maybe didn't know that it was there and what infrastructure exists in those parks as well, right? So, and I guess on that note, we have brought back some of our seasonals, and we're cleaning boulevards, and we're in our parks, and we're cutting already. So, yeah, it's coming early this year. It's exciting.
Thanks, Duncan. One thing I just wanted to raise, and I was approached this weekend at the trade fair, and so a gentleman indicated that as we tear down the old pool, that there was a time capsule at the old pool, and it got moved to the Encana Event Center when the pool was closed. And I think next year is the year to open that time capsule. And this individual mentioned to me that he worked at the Alberta wheat pool when it was on, and they asked him if he would give some samples of seeds and stuff to put in the thing. So I just got thinking about it. We've got to make sure that we try to incorporate those real special kind of folks in our community to celebrate that next year. It's a big deal. But anyway, just for information. Thanks, Duncan. Appreciate it. 15.7, report from our Director of Development Services. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. A couple of good things to talk about is in the building department, we're seeing a little bit of growth and activity, specifically in commercial. Not so much in housing starts, but the commercial's taken off. So Original Joe's is open, Wendy's is coming along. We've issued the permit for Edo Japan. Those types of things are coming along, and we're seeing a few others kicking tires and asking questions, so that's good. So it's just a shift. Last couple of years has been real strong on the residential side, but now we're seeing a bit of a catch-up maybe in that other side. So that's giving us some good numbers, even though with the lower housing starts, our building permit values and stuff are up because those projects tend to be worth a fair amount of money. So things are looking good on that front. In the bylaw end of things, busy time of year. This time of year, garbage starts to show up from when the snow melts and things like that. So they're responding to some complaints, whether it's unsightlies or the like. So that's keeping everybody busy. The bylaw adjudication system, we've got pretty much everything in place. We were just waiting for some forms, some paperwork, and we're pretty much ready to go on that side. So things are good. Engineering, one thing I wanted to talk about was the project that was carried over from last year to this year, which is the 10th and 107th intersection project. So we last year planned to do a bit of a crosswalk intersection enhancement right near Central School. Due to some timing issues, we didn't get it done last year. But the silver lining and all that is it's actually afforded us some partnerships that we might not have had in place last year. So the project this year, we have partnering with ICBC, which we did last year, but they've upped their contribution this year from $12,500 to $25,000. And we had an opportunity, a Bike BC grant had come out. So we were able to revamp the project a little bit to widen the path from original sidewalk from 1.5 meters to 3 meters to more of a multi-use trail. And so we've got an application in with Bike BC, and if that gets approved, that's potentially $66,000. And we've also got an opportunity to partner with RBC Blue Water on a bioswale project that'll be incorporated with this as well. So it was delayed a year, but it's going to be a little more enhanced, and hopefully if we get all these funding opportunities, much better for us as well. So what I'm planning on doing is next Cal is I'll bring a little more detailed report and a drawing for council to see so they can visualize exactly what the project's going to look like, because it is a little bit different than what it was. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a heads up on that as we're working on it. So yeah, it's good.
One of the things you're going to see in that project is there's a significant narrowing of the road right where that crosswalk is for safety purposes. So that's going to be inconvenient for the folks who like to go roaring through there at 90K. And shame on them for going through there at 90K, but it's gonna be a lot more physically difficult for them to do it.
Yeah.
As well as it's never been permitted, right?
And that's why ICBC is liking the project, is we're narrowing it, slowing traffic down, providing safer pedestrian crossings. We have those pedestrian activated crosswalks there now, but we're gonna enhance that with some overhead signage. So all those things added to the project, but also enabled us to get some partnering funding, so it's good. Planning side, we have the posting for the temp planner out, and that'll close here early in May. Once we have a chance to go through that and see if we've got any viable candidates, we'll have a better idea of direction we're going on the OCP review. Capital Roadworks tender should be completed by week's end. We'll have that to administration and hopefully out advertised shortly after. And other than that, if there's any questions.
Thanks, Kelly. Councillor Wilbur, then Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, through you, your worship, to staff. I just noted the following up of the recycle bins at Dave's No Frills, and
Yes.
I'm just wondering, it states they're unsightly and not clean, not looking after. So what is our follow up to that? What are we going to do?
What we've been doing is we've been working with the PRD and also the landowner, and we've been just kind of in our tours checking out to make sure, see how things are looking. And actually, over the last week or so, things are better. My understanding is they removed the one drop-off box. Was that for, I want to say, the Diabetes Foundation, or was that?
I think it was for
Yeah.
donations of clothing.
Yeah, so I think that one's been removed because it was causing some issues. And I was by there Saturday, and it did look a lot better in there. The things had been picked up, and there wasn't as much stuff lying around. So, yeah, so we'll keep an eye on it.
The other day I was over there was a mattress thrown behind
Yeah,
them.
I heard that. So,
Councillor Rogers and Councillor Javeka.
Yeah, when do you start painting the road lines and crosswalks and stuff like that?
I'll let Sean. We'll be going at it, Mark, here in May. Pardon me, Councillor Rogers. In May, we have secured a contractor through RFQ, so we are ready to go. Is there something you would?
Well, there was.
Question in regards to it?
Well, there was something that I was asked the other day was, how much does it cost to do the rainbow colored crosswalks? And if at all, would that be possible to do rainbow colored crosswalks around the mile zero post downtown? And that would be part of beautification and stuff like that. I just wonder if there was if there would be a cost of doing that.
I don't know the cost off the top of my head. I could definitely pursue it and find out what it would cost to do that. We haven't done that in the past, so it would be something to
We'll have to bring that back to council.
That'd
if
be a
that's
question for
direction,
council
yeah.
to figure out if they want to do that or not. And there was I seen in the newspaper lease agreement for the restaurant out at the airport, and it was $200. I read that in the paper. Does that? The question I would have: does that include all of, do they pay their own utilities, or is that just like they pay any part of the triple net cost?
No.
Regarding that. So
No, they
it's just $200, and then the city pays for the gas, the electrical, and everything that restaurant uses.
$200 a year?
$200 a month, I think it is.
$200 a month.
And so it's out in the paper for people to tell us if they think that's too good a deal and they would do it for that. And of course, we have no response. It's extremely difficult to get a tenant for that spot. Council has always made it a priority, however, because it's a service to the traveling public. And so we are actually lucky to have someone. The last person just walked away. So we're actually lucky to have somebody willing to pay $200 a month. And no one responded to the ad saying that they would be willing to pay more.
Councillor Javeka.
Just in response to that, this happened too back in the day.
Olden days.
But because we wanted the service there, and there's nobody has been able to make it work, we actually had it down to 0, I think, at one point.
We did, yes.
You either want to provide the service or you just board it up and leave it.
I just look at it and go, holy cow, that's another subsidy.
It's an opportunity, Mark, if you're interested at all. I mean, it's just,
Well, I'd love to be
It's
able
a
to
plum.
rent something and have somebody else pay for all the utilities and everything. That'd be great.
well, there you go. It's an opportunity.
What do we have?
Also-
$500 a month?
Most of the
Give it to
appliances
them
there
for
are ours as well.
$195.
The grill is ours, so that's supplied to the tenant as well.
It's been a tough place to keep somebody in business, providing that service to the airport. So I'm ecstatic that we got somebody in there willing to do that for us. So. Anything further? Sorry, Councillor DeVecco?
I just wondered about the digital copy of the street report.
Yes, it is posted on the, I believe we posted it on the website. And
Is it on the website? I looked for it the other day and I
Okay,
couldn't
I'll double
find it.
check, but it was supposed to be, and we were supposed to let you know.
Now, you know, I'm not saying it's not there, but some of that stuff you have to drill down a ways to find it.
I'll make sure you get it emailed to you, unless it's too large, but I'll make sure you get it.
Thank you. Anything further for Kevin? Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
15:08, we have a report from Tourism Dawson Creek. Good morning, April and Austin. Welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for being so patient about getting in. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for seeing us again, Council and Your Worship. Quick, brief update here for you. So we've had 5 meetings of the steering committee since its inception or conception in December 9th. Right now, the next meeting will be tomorrow, and we're moving ahead with our CTF approval process that we're going through with the tourism committee right now. We've provided support to the NBCTA, or Northern BC Tourism Association, for a film location, and the film actually started shooting, would have been early March, pardon me, and they wrapped up shop there closer to the end of March. We also have just received approval for our co-op marketing program for 2016. Total amount was over $159,000. So that's moving ahead, and we're focusing on promoting the Tumbler Ridge Geopark and the 75th anniversary of the Alaska Highway. So very exciting stuff. Consumer shows. So for the first 2 weeks of March, myself and Kim were down in Abbotsford and Edmonton promoting the 75th anniversary. We were there with our new 75th anniversary booth, which was part of the Community Tourism Opportunity Program, which ended this year. It was very successful, had lots of interest. I took something like 400 guides to the first show and ran out within the first 2 hours. It was incredible. Stakeholder outreach. So we have recently released a event flat sheet and distributed it to all of our hotels for the month of April. It focuses on events, of course, that are going to bring visitors to our town and increase length of stay in the town. We also had our newsletter, which was released last week via email, and hopefully some of you guys have received it. If not, please let me know, and I'll be more than happy to distribute it to you. And last but not least, we've been a part of a Destination BC social media project. And the pilot project, initially, we exceeded our initial benchmarks. So our benchmarks have been pushed up now. Our goals are higher, and we continue to succeed in that program. So more Twitter followers, higher Facebook numbers, more conversations engaged in, things like that. And from now on, I guess I'll just hand the floor over to April here.
Yes, ask if, do you have any questions before I carry on? No?
I might have a couple. Well, 20 pages of report. There's got to be something in there that I want to know. The Mobile Visitor Center.
Yes.
That was approved by Destination BC. What is it?
Well, it's the concept of it is going to be a military-themed utility trailer to tie in with our Alaska Highway House theme. It's a visitor center that could be essentially moved to an event, a location, and offer visitor servicing to that event and location to spread the word. It's also a great trade show piece. It will incorporate mobile technology, so we have in the design put in tablets and stations for guests and consumers to go up and engage with it. So it'll be quite a piece once it comes to town. We're very excited about it.
If I can just interject,
Yeah.
the philosophy for many for past years has been to drive visitors directly to the visitor center, and that would be the only location. But because of mobile use, the Destination BC Visitor Network services realizes that they need to go to the visitors, and so many of the different communities are purchasing through this funding model the mobile, either a cruiser or a trailer of some sort, so that you can go to the events and explain, share the information with the visitors and still track the count.
How big is the trailer?
It's 8 by 10.
Okay. Well, I was thinking because if it's mobile, and it's to promote the Alaska Highway, and it's to be involving with all the stakeholders up the Alaska Highway, why wouldn't we just get a little bit bigger trailer and have everybody that's along the Alaska Highway partner in that, and that way it can be moved up the Alaska Highway and then back down again.
Sure,
Just a thought.
sometime it could be, but this is specific funding for communities through the Visitor Network services. And for instance, Fort St. John received funding for a mobile unit as well. So, but
okay.
so but your idea is worth
So
thinking
everybody's
about for
doing their
sure.
own thing again, or as I always look as a regional function, it'd be way better. But yeah.
Well, I think there's a possibility to make it regional.
I've got a whole bunch of things here, but I'm just trying to pick up the best ones because everybody's going to get cranky here in a minute.
Yep.
Do you rate them? So many stars
So
on how
Jim,
good
do
a
you wanna move
question
the
this
wall?
is?
I can feel it. Anyway,
I say you do it.
I say Jim should
I
move
was
his wall.
sorry. It was you list Dawson Creek stakeholders, and it was on page 9 and 10. There was a few that you had listed. I can't flip to it anyways, but I was just wondering. Like, I always hear tourism talking about who their stakeholders are, and is there a list that you guys have that I could possibly have a look at? Because I know you listed a few here, and I just want to have a look at it because we had some youth in here today, and I don't know, like, are they considered a stakeholder, like the younger kids in the community? And there might be others that I'm wondering why they wouldn't be there, or I just like to see the list. It's just my curiosity.
Sure.
Yeah,
We're
of course.
updating the list.
Okay, perfect.
Ongoing.
I think that would be a different thing than the list on page 9, which is the list of the organizations that Tourism Dawson Creek is partnered with and attends as a representative, like Chamber of Commerce or Alaska Highway
Society.
Industry Association, Miles
The
Road
other
Park
industry
Society.
associations.
Yeah, those are the ones that I looked at, but I just wondered, who are the other stakeholders? Like, are there any other ones, or is it just that group?
Well, within the community, those are industry stakeholders, or industry relations and other organizations that we work with. But within the community, there's a broad range of stakeholders, and it's generally anyone who who is there to provide a service to the visitor.
Yeah, because I met
So that
a few of
changes.
them when we were going
And
through
then,
the plan.
and then through with students and school programs, the students come to visit the Alaska Highway House. So that's another way we engage the young
We
folks.
also,
Mhm.
also recently we've been asked to attend the Dawson Creek Secondary Career Fair to engage with them as well on that level. So we are getting into that younger demographic.
Yeah, because I was talking to a couple of kids, and they were asking me about jobs in tourism, and I said, well, I know that that there is temporary students that work through tourism, and they were asking me, how do I apply for that job and everything else. I sent them down to talk to you.
Actually, on that point though, how did we do this year for summer students? Because I understand there's been some changes in that program, so.
You were good, right?
Yeah, we have a full 5 that we've hired, summer students. They're very good candidates. We're excited to have them on board. We're still waiting to hear back for the funding application that we sent in for it, but we have selected our 5, and even looking at a work study student as well coming on board.
When do you get your information on funding? Must be soon.
It should, yeah, it
Should
should
be
be
very
soon.
shortly.
It's one of those catch-22. You have to,
Yeah.
you have to proceed, and we, in our budgeting, we don't necessarily count on the grant in order to offset our
The ones we hired,
wages.
sorry, are they local or regional people?
The ones that we did hire were local.
I'm happy.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'll
Go,
just-
so,
oh,
go ahead.
Oh, I don't have a question. I just want to say, yay, I can come to your meeting tomorrow. I do
Yes.
have to skip out. We have a facility tour that Shaylee and I have to do over at the event center, but
great.
looking forward to finally getting there, you guys.
Well, in closing, I was going to just say thank you very much for making time to come to the meeting tomorrow. We appreciate that because hopefully it'll be the final review of your community plan. And I just wanted to say that it's so important that you actually have a community tourism plan. With all the new changes with Destination BC, there's new programs being introduced, and the Destination Development Planning Program is going to kick off in the Alaska Highway Corridor region, and there will be there's planning, there's been projects undertaken in certain areas of all of the regions to begin to acquire information for a provincial destination development plan. And so ensuring that you have a community plan is very important so that it can feed into the issues and all of the other important tourism aspects on a regional basis. And with that, through the nomination work with the Alaska Highway, there is the Northeast Heritage Strategy work has kicked off as of last week. There was an initial phone call, and so that heritage strategy will again fit into the destination development planning. So what you're doing in the community is really important and will benefit everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, April. Austin, question? Councillor Wilbur?
Not a question, actually. I just wanted to say that yeah, I'm working with Dawson on our partners tour for NCLGA, and that will actually be a part of our new template moving forward for host communities, is how they can work with their tourism, how they can work with the chamber and small business. So kudos to Austin, because I know he's busy and he made time for me, and we're moving forward with that. So I appreciate it. But I think an excellent opportunity for Dawson Creek to showcase to other North Central BC communities that you have perfect partners in your community to host these events. So thank you for your work on that.
Thank you. Jim?
This is a shot in the dark, but have your landlords, the Historical Society, ever talked to you about this Treaty 8 display? Have you heard anything about it? Or?
No, we haven't heard anything about that.
Okay. It's
Well,
kind of new
they-
news to us, too.
They thought they had a great space, so.
All right.
Thank you. So thank you, guys. We appreciate you coming in this morning. Good to see you. Thank you. Now, I'm just going to put, you know what I forgot for the purpose of the media, Councillor Parslow today is in Ottawa, and he's there attending a series of meetings that were arranged by MP Zimmer with a number of the mayors in northeastern British Columbia, with Minister of McKenna, Carr, I think there was about 4 or 5 of them today. And because of the meetings today for council, as well as tomorrow with the resident physician program that I had arranged with all the South Peace mayors, I wasn't able to attend, and so we raised at the last meeting. So I really appreciate Charlie being there on our behalf today and representing the city. And the other one I just wanted to mention quickly, and I mentioned it before the meeting started, is that from a personal perspective, I should have done this under mayor's business, but I did have my PSA work done last week for a blood test, and I am really ecstatic to be in the position to see that final result of having a 0 PSA level in my system, which indicates that the prostate cancer is 99.9% done. And so I just really appreciate the support from council and the community, because you believe you have this stuff done until you actually get the tests. And when you get the medical test is when you really get validation that it is done. So thanks to the community, and thanks to council. Johnny?
What's PSA stand for?
Prostate specific antigen. It's the measure of your risk of prostate cancer through a blood test. And the average for men that should be 4.5 or under 4.5 and above, it means you have a significantly increased risk of prostate cancer.
And yours
so
was?
mine, I think mine going in was up in the 12 or 15 or whatever, and yesterday was 0.01. So,
Donlin.
Basically cured?
yeah.
And he's going back to vacuuming at home.
Yeah, and he can't use the excuse
And he
anymore
can't use
that
the
he's been
excuse
using the
anymore.
duck
I'm curing
meetings and
cancer.
stuff.
Exactly. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true.
I think whenever you can talk about a prostate, you should talk about it.
Did you have to go through chemo or just surgery?
So it was just surgery, and then so the treatments are chemo and or radiation and or surgery, and so if the cancer returns, then the options then become radiation and chemo.
Okay, but it was mostly, you went in through that chemo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it hadn't left hadn't left the prostate. It was in.
Right.
I
So-
think you should get a special
Johnny, we
award
want to know
from
what
the
your
Cancer
PASA
Society.
number is next
honestly.
time you come in.
What's that?
What's
He's
your
got a
number?
nice T-shirt and pin.
Can't get it till you're 50.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're going to recess to our closed and lunch, I'm assuming.
Motion?
Motion to
So moved.
recess. Rogers, Schumann, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
You didn't see him here?
Yeah.
She was in here.
Oh, be the change you want to see in the world. Gandhi.
So we'll call our meeting to order for budget. First item of business, minutes of our budget meeting of February 22nd for adoption. Councillor McFadden, seconded Councillor Rogers. Any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3.1, we have report 16051 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 5-year financial plan summary report. So,
Lost it.
a recommendation in it, but we'll go through them item by item. Councillor Javetkov?
I just had a question on the scenarios there for the 5-year plan. It looks like we need a motion on which one we want to support.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Through your worship, yes.
So I thought we'd go through them item by item. Is that the best way, Shelley?
Through your worship, it's up to you. Basically, the report just summarizes the changes to the 2016 plan, and if you're happy with that and finalize that information, we'll take it to the next public consultation. And then for the 5-year, it's basically forecasting assumptions on the operating plan and then a capital plan combined together. So-
Okay, so let's do the, go ahead.
I'm not interested in changing anything in the budget. I have a question on the splash park funding, but as far as the scenarios, I would like to stick with scenario 1. So if we want to motion that way and discuss it or whatever.
Sure, I was thinking if we could, if I wouldn't mind getting Shelley just to walk us through, just give us a real highlight of each of those various areas.
Okay.
Just for information, and then we'll make that motion at the conclusion of Shelley's recommendation, information on the report. So Shelley, if I can ask you to do that, we'll.
Yes, I can. I'm assuming you're talking about the 5-year.
Yep. And I thought if we could start with the revenue revisions of 424,000 and just work our way through the report, you could just give us a high-level explanation on those.
Okay, sure. So the revenue revisions are for the 2016 plan. And basically what it does is it takes the information that was presented to council and approved by council and taken to the public consultation and the changes that come forward after that date. So because it's a rolling document, some things change as we come to today. So there was a decrease in taxation revenue, about 100,000, and that was to do with differences from the completed roll to the revised roll. So residents have the option of appealing their assessments. Sometimes BC assessment does changes on their own. The completed roll is said to be 90 to 95% accurate. And for about the last 2 years, we've been seeing this amount of change. So as our taxation envelope increases, the revisions from completed to revised change a little bit too. So Government transfers, there was a $15,000 adjustment. That's just the city budget aligning to the Peace River Regional District budget that is approved on March 31st. And again, to keep things in balance, we just offset sundry revenue. We did increase sewer revenues. Basically what we do is we try to finish the year end and then update our growth projections and compare them to last year's actuals. We had a lot of, probably close to 100 units in growth last year, so that has a little bit to do with the forecast adjustment on that. And then basically we do the adjustment to the carry forward surplus, which is a funding source for the annual budget. So all in all, the revenue revisions were about $424,000 from the previous information. On the expenditure revisions, there were no envelope increases. The only allocation was a $10,000 grant that was paid to the Alaska Highway Community Society. Council had approved it at a separate meeting to go to a council contingency budget. And then there were a few minor allocations within budget envelopes. There were 3 changes to the 2016 capital plan, as mentioned in the report. Council had approved a land purchase for $80,000. A downtown street light upgrade for $125,000 came forward from staff based on an internal audit report. And basically they did an inspection and some upgrades need to be done, so they wanted that put forward. And then finally the airport HVAC control project, which was just more of a minor capital project. Staff requested that be taken out after further investigation. A bigger scope project needs to be put forward in a subsequent budget year. So basically there was about $153,000 in project changes for capital. So in summary, the 2016 capital plan is about $21.3 million compared to about $21.1 million that was originally presented. And then I basically go through a lot of detail on the surpluses that remain. That's for council's information. The city's very well positioned for ups and downs, and we have money in capital reserves to take advantage of other government program applications, as well as some partnering opportunities, and there's a lot of detail there, so I won't go into it. Next is the assumptions that were used in preparing the 5-year plan. So I start off with some forecast numbers on the assessments. This year, the 5-year plan is very conservative in nature. Basically putting in a 1% growth factor for 2016, 0 for 2017, and 1%. 26 is final upon council approval, 1% in 2017, 0 in 2018, and then back to more robust growth factors of 2% in 2019 and 20. Now the underlying logic under that was we had a lot of new construction last year. There was about a 3% growth factor in 2016, and I believe there's probably still some new construction that hasn't hit the roll, that will probably hit the roll in 2017. A 1% growth factor for the city is about $144,000. If growth exceeds these projections, that's really good news for council and the community. These are very conservative, as I said before, and it just basically shows you that as we go into this flattening out, we'll level out, we're positioned well, and then hopefully it'll go back to business as normal in a couple of years. The other thing that I speak about is keeping the tax rates the same for residential, commercial, heavy and light industrial for the next 4 years. That was based on the original assumptions put forward by council, and it basically shows that That will generate about $725,000 over the 5-year plan. And I also had this year, which was new, was a schedule on what that looks like for taxes to residences. So basically it keeps any increases under $50 to homeowners depending on the assessment growth. And that basically is just to show that there's stability in this plan, and it can basically give the community and the residents confidence that everything going forward is still affordable, and the sky's not going to fall. So number 3 is about the Peace River Agreement. That was a long-term agreement that solidified long-term revenues for the city of about $15 million, which is significant. That raised the spending capacity of the city to do, capital projects and carry on the services. And the agreement itself is at $50 million regionally for the next 4 years, and then in 2020 a CPI factor will be applied. So there's some internal variables within the formula of the agreement that are really unpredictable, but we can be assured that the city will get $15 million for the next 4 years for sure. Also, water and sewer revenue, user fee revenues are forecasted based on the 2015 rate structure. So there is a sewer infrastructure increase for next year. It's already in the bylaw. Council approved that last year. And that basically solidifies that there will be enough money in the capital program to cover off the infrastructure in the 5-year plan. Additional revenue from the fee structure that we currently have with that increase is approximately $2 million. And again, it provides long-term stability to both the water and the sewer funds. When I looked at the funding over the full 5 years, both of them were fully funded through the whole plan. No other increases had to be included. And basically, the other growth projections or growth factors were applied to the other revenues and other provincial government funding as well. Traffic fine revenue and small community revenue, which is provincial grants, last year were boosted by about 10%, and they had told us that this year they'd be a little bit lower, so that's been factored in. And over the 5-year plan, there's about $200,000 coming from them. And it's really dependent on what the provincial government does with the next election. Often they put out some programming that we can take advantage of. So in total, the 5-year plan forecasts an additional $1.4 million in added operating revenues over to 2020 and $2 million in utility revenues. Then on the program spending, the 5-year plan includes an inflationary rate of 1%, similar to revenues in 2017, 0 in 2018, and then 2% in 2019, and 0 in 2020. And this model is basically used similar to revenues, but not quite the same alignment, because I think there's some opportunities to take advantage of some contracts that are coming up, the pricing environment out there, and also just of capitalizing on some new technologies that are coming to our community. So that's basically the underlying logic of the forecast factors that were used in it. Then on the 5-year capital plan, 2 scenarios were given to council to discuss and talk about. The first one includes 2 really big projects that council asked to be put in the plan. That's why it's scenario 1. And I speak to it a little bit. The magnitude is quite high compared to our annual capital spending. That's not to say it can't be done. You can do it through borrowing, but then if you do borrow over the long term, it will change the underlying assumption. So there's a narrative about that. And then basically the second scenario is the same 5-year capital without those 2 large projects. So council can discuss that. I also speak to some new infrastructure that's coming online. One of the items that the AGLG had recommended that we do is break down capital investment into replacement or upgrades to existing facilities, and then also separate new infrastructure, as that gives us lots of opportunity for increasing capacity, but there will be added maintenance costs going into the future. So there's $1 million for the fire training facility, $3.9 million for the trucked waste receiving facility, and $15 million for a 3-pond raw water reservoir. And I go into some asset management plans and principles that we're incorporating into our long-term planning. And it basically talks about different funding mechanisms for capital investment. And then basically I speak about, in the summary, that you know, there's some issues that were highlighted in this budget. The conservative approach to forecasting definitely highlighted fiscal gap into the future if growth doesn't increase above the forecasted amounts. However, there's lots of opportunity for partnering and funding dollars, and the city was very successful last year, as council knows, because we had an amended budget for all the extra money. And there is lots of opportunity to expand the city's capacity by collaborating with other partners. That's a way of increasing your capacity on your revenue side. As well, lots of private companies are looking to partner with local governments as they promote their social responsibility campaigns. The other thing that's important in the 5-year is that it basically is a strategy that protects low-income, young family, seniors that only have a fixed income, and it still gives the doors open for added investment. And so it basically takes both of those and puts it into one plan, and it's a little bit of a change in strategy from what the city has used before, in that you're taking advantage of partnering dollars instead of borrowing into the future, and you're doing a lot of collaboration to form those connections. So all in all, I was happy to put it forward to council to consider.
Thanks, Shelley. Councillor Schumann and Councillor McFadden.
So everything, as far as I'm concerned, looks really good. Though I am in favor of option B, obviously, that puts the big ticket items into a deferred list. And so I'm not sure if I can make that as a motion.
Scenario B.
Scenario B, putting the Michael subdivision and airport extension upgrade projects into the deferred list.
So I'm just going to ask Jim first.
You might want to have all your questions answered before you put a motion on the table.
All right.
So if others, I mean, there may be clarification that.
Sure.
Changes?
Okay, Councillor McFadden.
I'm having trouble here with your report finding. I've got the last page says attachments, and then it talks about scenario 1, scenario 2. Is that one of the other bullets that's in your under 3.1?
Yeah, your last two.
Your last two attachments are the reports on scenario 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Rogers?
Yep. Could you, through your worship to staff, could I get a clarification on the borrowing? Because the way I look at it is, if these big capital projects stay in there, for me to summarize it, we're gonna double our debt.
You need to identify a funding source. So it would only way to be able to do it is you wouldn't have the reserves. In order to do those, you would have to do the borrowing. You have to identify that within the projects that you've got identified, and then that bangs up, I think what the administration are saying, that bangs up into your policy that you have set for your borrowing capacity or your borrowing limits for the city, and even provincially in terms of your legislation. Have I got that right? Shelley?
Yes, through your worship, you do.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken then, so if these big ticket items stay in the 5-year capital plan, and they stay in the 5-year capital plan all the way through our term, and then that means we're gonna be hamstringing the next term, or the next council that comes in by saying, no, you can't borrow any more money because it's already all borrowed, because we planned on spending it on these big ticket items? Is that what could happen?
So, Jim?
So you never borrow till you borrow.
Yeah.
The 5-year plan is a projection and an estimate and a plan. And in 37 years, I've never seen the 5th year of the 5-year plan go exactly as it was written. Circumstances change for you and you amend the 5-year every year. What this is saying is your current plan would be to borrow those amounts in year 5. And that, under scenario 1, which would have the consequences that Shelley's laid out, or in scenario 2, they don't even appear in the 5-year plan. And so that is a different matter than what circumstances will look like in 5 years. But you can't put it in the plan unless you identify a plan for funding it. And we can't find another funding mechanism, Shelley and I, for those 2 large ticket items. And so we put them as borrowing.
Councillor Rogers? And then
Yeah, because I'm looking at the Michael subdivision, that's $16 million. And I'm looking at the borrowing of the money and the payback over time. And quite honestly, maybe council would want to look at a compromise for that area, because I don't see a business case for actually even doing this, because it's going to tie up everything else that we might want to do. And then having said that, that if we're talking about, what the heck was it, $16 million for the paving of Michael's subdivision, but yet further into it, if we look at, you know, if that's going to affect our borrowing power and increase our debt or double our debt by having that in there, I go all the way back to, we got the airport. The airport is a facility that it's reaching the end of its lifespan, and just in for scenario 1, like there's $17 million that's slated for the airport. So if I'm reading it right, if you look at the Michael subdivision, and that not being a good case for a good business case for that, and the effects that it's going to have on the budget in the future and everything else, I just go like, I look at the airport and I go, that's the exact same thing. I don't really know what to do, but I'm not in favor of doubling the debt load potentially in at all.
Thank you. Councillor Javeka?
Well, my feeling on that, adding or keeping those 2 items, the subdivision and the airport extension, on the 5-year plan, and again, it is a plan. If it's on the plan in year 5, that doesn't mean that we've etched in stone that we're going to do this project. But I'm thinking that we don't have any paving, any street paving here for the next 4 years. We do this year, but there isn't any for the next 4 years. So why couldn't we bring in 115th, for example, and the connector streets to 116th in next year, or 2018, and get the local area service money and do those projects? I never anticipated doing a $16 million project all at once. I don't think that's reasonable. I think that's, of course, if you borrow $16 million, that's a huge debt, you know, and it's a big amount to pay. But I don't think that we would consider doing that. As far as the logic of doing it, right now we're collecting from the airport subdivision, we have one street, we're collecting $550,000 a year taxes. From that subdivision, which is quite a bit larger, we're collecting, I think, $575,000. Nowhere near. But we're still providing the services, we're still providing everything there, and we're not collecting the money. If we improve it with some paving, and we get the same results as we did south of Capital Motors and east of Northern Metallics in that subdivision, we increase the tax revenue a lot. So it's an investment in infrastructure that we've already said is the #1 priority. And I mean, just think of it logically. Do we go out and do it all at once? No. You do it in steps. The thing is, if it's in there and there's money available from the feds or the province or whoever, you've got a reason to go after that money. You've got a case in there, you know, that gives you the opportunity to access that money or to apply for it. It's the same thing with the airport. This past week, especially here, I saw a number of Facebook entries about the airport where I guess Fort St. John was shut down one day and we had a bunch of aircraft come in here. One day we had 6 medevacs, I think, come in here, in or out. And I'm thinking, you know, the population is aging, and that's an issue to me. I mean, you've got faster, hotter aircraft, and you need that length. We've got money available. There's, I forget how much it is provincially, 4 airports. There's NDIT money available for airports, and whatever other grants. Let's keep it in here so that we can start applying for those grants with the view in the future sometime that we actually increase the length of the runway. It's in my mind, it's required, and it's something that we have to be working towards. So, to me, scenario is one is the way we should go, and you know, to give us the flexibility. And like I say, you could talk about borrowing, you know, scenario 1, the whole 40, whatever it is, $1 million, but it's just not realistic. I mean, you have to work at these things. You have to, it's like everything else. I mean, we've got the plan for the quality of the streets, but we don't go and say, well, okay, all the high priority stuff, we're gonna do it this year. You don't do it that way. You work away at it. So, I would like to see us keep it in. I'd like to see us include more, because there's more work. I mean, we want to have a modern, nice city. So there's, you know, there's lots of work to do here if we're serious about it.
Councilor Rogers?
Yeah, Councilor Jabatkov, if the airport wasn't there, if there was no airport in Dawson Creek, would you consider spending $17 million of the taxpayers' money on building an airport, knowing that Fort St. John has one and Grand Prairie has one, and those are the people that you're competing against? And the 17 million is what we're just talking about, is capital upgrades to the airport, let alone in the future we're going to need to do major renovations to that aging infrastructure, the existing infrastructure that's already there, like the buildings and stuff like that. That's going to need a lot of work. So you're essentially in the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years, you're going to be spending well over $20 million of the citizens' money on the airport. And is that something that we can afford? And it goes to the same with the roads. Is that something that we're going to be able to afford in the future? Because what I got out of this report is we're going to have less and less money because of inflationary costs if we have no growth. you know, there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts in here. But, you know, what do you want to do? Do you want to have an, at the end of the day, you're going to have to decide. Do you want an airport? Do you want to pave that subdivision? Or are you going to say, okay, we're going to shut down 1 or 2 arenas. We're going to have to find money somewhere else to pay for that. We're going to have to lose and decide what services that the city's providing, because we're going to be funneling it into paving and into airport funding or whatever else. And what if there's an emergency? What if like we don't have a we have
City Hall burned down.
yeah, we have lots of pools that are out there. We have an equipment pool, but we still don't have the building pool. But I'm pretty sure that'll be coming. We'll get some information on that. I know that's coming. But what about if the report comes back on the fire hall? We need a new fire hall all of a sudden, because that one doesn't meet today's code standards, and it's not a post-secondary disaster building. We need a new fire hall. So then you go, okay, we got a fire hall, we got an airport, we got a subdivision, we got no money. What are we gonna do? I think we gotta, it's the borrowing part, putting money into something that I can see is just, lack of a better word, I think it's not a very good financial investment when there's other things that can be done regarding the airport. And the paving, if we can't get the money back through taxation, it doesn't make a very good business sense for me. That's why I said there might be a compromise in here somewhere, because I think that's what we're all about. But you know, we've had an airport sustainability report come out, and there's nothing sustainable about that airport. It's never going to be able to stand on its own. And you know, we're proving that again by sending out a $200 lease to lease the restaurant at the airport. I realize it's valuable to have that there, but that $200 that the city's going to get back from that lease is going to get chewed up through water the restaurant uses, through gas the restaurant uses, through hydro the restaurant uses, and it's I could kind of go on, but
You're not going to be allowed.
Promised I would be done in 3 minutes, and I think I used more than that.
Councillor Javetkov. Councillor McFadden.
Well, just in response, I was listening to try and understand you as opposed to developing a response. So while I was listening, I understand that you don't like the airport.
I love the airport. The airport's awesome, but it's not financially viable, and I don't think that the citizens of Dawson Creek would like to keep on. You're just throwing money in a pit.
Okay, so now I've listened with developing a response.
Yeah.
We have an Encana Center that is subsidized to the tune of more than $3 million a year. So do you class that in the same as the airport? Or what's more valuable, Medivacs or the Encana Center?
I never ever said we'd get rid of the Medivacs. I said we would get away with the. I would like to see the airport taken down a notch and not have the regional flights, but keep the Medivac flights, and hopefully we can get support from our provincial and regional health authority that if our airport is so valuable to the province and for the quality of life of our citizens, we're accepting a download from the provincial government, because they're the ones that are responsible for the Medivac flights. It's not the city or the citizens of Dawson Creek. That's regional health authority. That's not ours. So why are we accepting that?
Just one more comment there on the funding, the $11 million or whatever. My understanding is most of that is funded by ACAP. So if it's funded by ACAP, it'll be done. If it's not, it won't be done.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to interject because I want to. Councillor Parslow has joined us. So, Councillor Parslow, we're in budget. Shelley's just delivered her report on the 5-year capital financial plan summary report, and we're just discussing that now.
Okay, and just so you know that I could not hear Councillor Javetkov or Rogers what they were saying. I just recognized it was unintelligible.
Okay, we'll do our best to speak up.
Oh, I know you guys will, yeah.
Maybe you should just give them a
Thank you.
recap.
That doesn't mean it'll be intelligible.
It's Councillor Javetkov.
I've got one other question on the splash park.
Okay.
It's, I guess it's in the capital here. I didn't actually find it. I found it in this, this other document. So the cost is, for the splash park is $100,000 that we have to pay. And then the NDIT project is gonna provide 250. Is that how it works?
Through your worship, that's correct. There was one change to the project as we went through the application. The way it was partitioned changed, so the city contributes 100,000, Mile Zero Park contributes 100,000, and then I think on the other side of it, it's a 250 split.
Yes.
So my understanding was that the city was going to pay for the paving, and the Mile Zero Park Society was going to put in 100,000 in addition for the splash park. So we would pay for the paving. That means the splash park would get the $250,000 grant, and then the Mile Zero Park Society would add $100,000 to that to make it 350. Is that haywire or what?
So that was the original concept was, can't remember the exact numbers now, but the total project, which was going to be paving, of the repaving of the existing lot, expansion of the existing lot, a couple of pull-throughs, and a splash park. The total cost of that was going to be
385.
No, the total cost of that was going to be around 600, and it was going to be paid, or even 700, because I can't remember what. I think you're right. 100,000 was coming from to fund the total project. 100,000 was coming from the Mile Zero Park Society. 250,000 was coming from the grant process through NDIT, and about 250,000 was coming from the city. None of that has changed. That's still the amounts that are being put in. Northern Development didn't want any of their grant directed to the splash park, so it is instead directed to the pavement. That's the only change. But the total elements haven't changed, and the total project hasn't changed.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. So we've now had the conversation about this. Are we prepared to make a motion? Councillor Schumann?
I would move that we go with alternative 2, where we leave out the big ticket items.
Thank you. Seconded. Do I have a seconder?
I just made a motion, Rogers.
Do I have a seconder?
Yeah.
Seconded, Councillor Rogers. Discussion. That's Councillor Javetkov.
Well, I'll just reiterate that I think scenario 1 is the way to go, to give us the flexibility and to recognize that these projects are important to us. Unless we decide that we will never see a airport expansion or never see any upgrades to that subdivision, I think we need to include them and start working on them. And I don't see it as an issue where we run out and borrow the money. I see it as an issue where we do it a bit at a time, and I believe from previous experience with other projects that when you invest in infrastructure like that, you will get returns in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers?
We've been talking about returns in the future for that airport, and all it's ever done is lost money, or cost more, and it just keeps costing and costing. But if you're talking about expansion of the industrial park, go ahead, extend the runway. Now you've just hamstringed a whole bunch of land for that industrial park subdivision, because you're not going to be able to develop that land because it's too close to the airport. So if you extend the runway, you've sterilized a whole lot of land. If you were to close the runway and turn it into an industrial park, well, now you're increasing a lot of revenue by taking that land and putting it into an industrial park. There's a good business case for that. If this motion doesn't pass, I'm okay with having this much money in our 5-year capital plan, because all it's gonna do is it's basically saying, yeah, you really do have a problem with the fiscal gap, and here it is. Because that's what this report's telling me, that we have a problem we're having trouble putting money into capital projects. And that's what we've talked about regarding fiscal gap, is we're gonna be running out of money to spend on capital projects. That's what this report's telling me. Unless something happens and our growth rate really increases, then maybe there might be a case for it. But for spending $17 million on an airport in 5 years, and that's what this tells me, that we're gonna budget $17 million to spend on the airport. There's no business case for that. I don't think the citizens of Dawson Creek wanna pay for that. I'm pretty sure that they would rather pay to have their arenas and their parks and their recreation facilities. I'm pretty sure they want that. But I'm pretty sure that if you say to a citizen, okay, you know, that $50 subsidy that you're paying to get on the airplane and to get off the airplane, so that's a return flight, is $100 that you're paying for as a citizen to subsidize somebody else to go for a flight. I think that number is going to end up doubling or tripling. So are the citizens going to be happy doing that? I don't know, but I know I wouldn't be.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Wilbur? Sorry, I'll get you next, Councillor Parslow. I got Councillor Wilbur. Okay, Charlie, you go ahead.
Okay, just all I can hear is a typewriter or something, and I do know you're talking about an airport, but that's it.
Okay.
I'm not can't take part in the meeting right now given the volume I'm hearing.
That speaker must not be on because.
So I'm sorry.
All right. So this speaker, obviously, that we got the thing beside isn't transmitting to you guys.
Is there a
or to
switch
you.
behind the speaker that's just not on?
And
How's
does that help you at all, Charlie?
I can hear you nicely, Dale.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now,
Can
How
you
about
hear
the rest
me?
of us?
I don't know about anybody else. Maybe Mark can say something and see if I can hear him.
Okay, Mark's saying something. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to speak louder.
Oh,
All right. So we'll
I'm not a quiet talker.
we'll
Just gotta move your mics closer.
we've got the 5-year financial plan, Charlie, and we're discussing the scenario A and scenario B. Scenario A carried the inclusion of the land east of 8th Street and that we had asked administration and to bring into our 5-year financial plan. On 113, 14, 15 in there, as well as the airport expansion, which was another 4 million. And scenario B didn't have them in, and that's what we're discussing right now. The motion is that we move forward with scenario B that doesn't carry those two options within the 5-year financial plan.
Okay, thank you, Dale.
Yep. Councillor Wilbur?
I agree with Councillor Javetkov. It's not in there. We don't have the opportunity to look at partnership funding. And realistically, I don't know any citizen that would be up in arms other than if it was that those airvacs couldn't land. And the bottom line is up to the pilots whether they land or not. Not Northern Health, not the airlines. It's up to the pilots. And the issue is technology is changing, the planes are changing, and in the future they're going to need that extension. And just on that alone, I think it's worth looking at. If we don't have it in there, then we can't look for partnership funding. So I don't want to take that ability away from us. It, like Paul says, it's a plan. It's not a we're going to move forward, borrow the money and do this. It's just a plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just didn't hear anything Shady said. So
Just agree with me.
the technical problem, rather than being instructed to me, maybe I should sign off.
Well,
we try again when you get on with your economic development.
all right. Well, we're just about, I think we're nearing the end of the discussion, Charlie, on it. And
Sorry to interrupt you guys, but I did hear Dale, I didn't hear Shelley at all.
yeah, I understand it's the difficulty of being not in the room. It's the technology always doesn't work.
No.
So further discussion on the motion? And for me, the issue is really about the 5-year plan should absolutely, financial plan should absolutely be your plan for the next 5 years. And my concern is not that we don't plan for it, because I agree, I think the airport is a critical component. I like the idea of moving forward with components around it, but I like it to be encompassed in that plan. And to me, if we have them in the plan, we don't have the funding, we would never do them. And so I think, to me, the plan should appropriately identify that, those items that you're going to be pursuing, and you've got the funding in place for, and that you can move forward with. And that's the worry I have about it, placing them in. Not saying that, so to me, one of the things about the airport, I'm a big advocate of the airport. I think it's a critical component of our infrastructure. But how we move it forward has to be really clearly laid out in the business case for us to identify how are we going to do it, where are we getting the money, and then build it into the the 5-year financial plan. Councillor Juveka.
So if Christy Clark, if we applied and she said, okay, we'll give you $2 million for your airport extension next year, would you turn it down?
No, but I'd want to know where we're getting the other stuff from and how that impacts the overall 5-year financial plan and that plan for us for the year.
But how will you know that if you don't test it?
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be in there so we can deal with it. If it's not, it's just out there in La La Land.
Okay.
My thoughts are, is Dawson Creek doesn't need the airport except for maybe medevac flights. We have options that are just down the road. Do we need to be providing a service where somebody else is already doing it and they're doing it a heck of a lot better
Well,
than we
Shaylee
are?
just explained the benefits of extending the runway for medical flights.
I'm just not supportive of putting any more money into the airport. I wouldn't even want to see it on the 5-year capital plan because, in my opinion, we don't need it.
Okay. Have we had enough discussion? People feel okay?
I think so.
Ready for the question? Charlie, you okay? You have anything you want to add?
No, I really would rather be counted as not being present, as I haven't followed anything to do with this other than what you gave me as a summary. So, do you mind if you just discount me from being present?
Yes.
I just don't want to vote on this. I don't know what.
Yeah. So legally, if he's still signed on, he's considered here, and if he doesn't vote, then he's considered to be part of it. So would he have to sign off?
Yeah, we should probably disconnect him, but if he's not able to communicate, he's not at the meeting,
Yeah.
is the
yeah,
law.
Yeah.
So better
Charlie,
to
I
disconnect
think.
him and phone him back for.
Yeah.
Just sign me off and phone me back.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's the hard part about technology. Sometimes it doesn't. I've been in that situation a lot. So you ready for the question?
Now, on the floor is voting for scenario 2.
For scenario B, yeah.
Yeah.
And so everybody's clear, that excludes the airport and it excludes the micro subdivision. All those in favor? Opposed? So it doesn't pass. So, Councillor Juveka.
I'll make a motion that we use scenario 2 because we do need to pick one. And that's the only, or scenario 1, I mean.
I thought there was a unanimous vote coming there.
Well,
It was 3-3, so we got damn near had it.
I keep trying to understand instead of
Okay, so I'm sorry,
respond.
we got a
So,
motion.
scenario 1, because I understand we need a scenario for the budget, so I'll move that we approve scenario 1.
Seconded, Councillor McFadden, discussion.
Well,
We've already
Yeah.
had it.
Well, we've had lots of discussion, so.
Let's vote again.
Yeah.
just
Councillor
let,
Rogers?
just let me make a
We
comment.
have to wait till we're in full count.
Okay, what if this ends up 3-3?
It's-
Then it gets defeated. So then they both get defeated. Then where are we at?
Well, we need to have a financial plan to recommend for our budget, so we'll let the vote carry. So are we ready for the vote? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried, thank you. Further items, anything further for the budget?
So, something that we went over very quickly is we made no changes based on the public consultation, because if you look at your notes, there wasn't a lot of suggestions from citizens, and where they were about adding service. And you had already told us that we weren't adding service this year. If you look at your public input documents, the questionnaires that were filled out, they were mostly about, such that were turned in were about adding curbside recycling. What we have in this plan, what Shelley has put forward is growth in your expenditures that is even less than your growth in revenues and is less than inflationary measures as they have been. And all we are saying in the plan then is, if you wish to add something, you will have to take something away. That's what the plan says. That's the assumptions that you would be okaying here says, is unless there is growth in assessment far greater than what has been projected, any services you wish to add over the 5 years, you would also be required to find something to fund that within the plan. That's all it's saying.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Javetkov and Councillor Schumann.
So, to pursue grants, grant opportunities, do we need a motion to do that, or like for over the next few years for the airport in particular, or for those streets?
No, you wouldn't. We do that as a matter of course.
Okay.
But obviously, any councillor who hears of any grant, don't assume that we've heard about it on a staff level. Let us know.
And then bring it forward so that we can make sure that we run it through the cycle here of what we're doing and line it up with the other things. So yeah.
You can see in the budget that Shelley has targeted a robust number for what she's calling partnering, which are grants. So
6 point some million last year, right? In 2015, we got from grants from all different sources. So. Councillor Schumann?
So my comment is just in response to Jim's want a new service, you got to take something out. So curbside recycling would be included within the utility bills. So it's a user pay type of thing. I'm curious to know how that's really classed. I mean, if it's covered off by users, how that's classed and increase to service.
So an increase to service is just what it's talking about, something new that you're taking on. If council was willing to totally pass the cost of curbside recycling on to the users of the service, it would be revenue neutral in your budget. That's a decision you could make. Obviously, the regional district decision about the, say, 600,000 in post-collection fees is a big part of that. That is a large number to put to user fees that has been to this point paid by taxation. So that would be a whole other discussion you'd have to have.
And so do you know something about the regional district? Have they made a decision not to pay for post-collection?
So for this year, they're paying for post-collection. They have established a working group to ask all communities whether they're contemplating going to curbside recycling in the near future. And they're taking those costs back to the board for the financial discussion that I was talking about in my report in the regular meeting. And the mayor would know better than I where the votes are there, but it's one vote one way or another.
So the
It's certainly
post-collection
not
costs,
unanimous.
the post-collection costs that now they're starting to be impacted at the PRRD by Fort St. John implementing curbside recycling has added about $800,000 to the solid waste management plan for the Peace River Regional District. Post-collection costs are part of all of our costs within the solid waste management plan. So now the report from staff is that if all municipalities went on to a curbside recycling service, it would add about $2 million to the Peace River Regional District solid waste management costs on the budget of about $19 million today. And so now some folks at the table want to get some understanding of that and to see if everyone should be paying for that post-collection cost or not.
Everybody is.
Well,
as
everybody,
a regional
yeah.
function,
Everybody is. But they're saying, should they pay for that post-collection cost of curbside recycling? And so there's been a committee formed, and I said I absolutely want to be on that committee. And so myself, Mayor Ackerman, Mayor McPherson, and I think 2 electoral area directors. There's 5 of us on it, and so we'll have a report and information brought forward, and then we'll bring it back to the board for that further discussion. So they're going to pay it for Fort St. John for 2016. There was a motion that it wouldn't be paid, so that the direction is that they will pay it for Fort St. John's curbside recycling and Poo Scoopies for 2016, and this report is intended to bring that information back to the board for further discussion. And so as Jim said, for I think the anticipated cost for Dawson Creek for additional costs was around $500,000, and so I think when all the folks at the table started to see the implications of them costs, they wanted to have a discussion about it. So that's where it's at.
Okay.
Any further discussion for the budget meeting? Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Jim. Motion to adjourn. Moved.
What about a motion to now you've picked a scenario, but now we need the motion for the total 5-year plan with the assumptions? That includes the capital?
Okay.
So I move the recommendation with scenario 1, right? That's what you're asking?
Yes, with, it's, a motion for the 5-year operational and capital plan using scenario 1 for capital.
So how does one
Okay.
vote for that if you're not in favor of like the scenario 1? Like
You
how
can't.
how do I do that?
Put up both hands.
Vote twice.
Moved by Councillor Javetkov, seconded by Councillor Wilbur. Discussion.
Do I have to vote against the budget then?
Well, I voted against
Alright.
it last year. I might as well do it again.
I did.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Schumann, Councillor Rogers, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.